I think it's time to blow this thing. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
I can't do it. We'll do it live. Do it live! I'll write it and we'll do it live!
Mister, will you please wake up?
Grant with that jump shot's off. Long rebound run down by Hodges, and here's the King. That's a 3.
This is Snowman in the Morning.
Hey, this promises to be fun.
Oh, yeah.
Can't wait. Are you kidding me? Do you believe it?
Here's the King. That's a 3.
This is Snowman in the Morning.
Hey, this promises to be fun.
Oh, yeah.
Can't wait. Are you kidding me? Do you believe it?
For those of you that have rocked with me since 2013, I offer the following greeting, and y'all recognize it very well. Good morning. Woo! I needed to do that. Welcome to the Manic Monday edition of a Snowman in the Morning, joined by Wiley. Be joined by Cole Johnson in just a couple of moments. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome, as I said, to the latest and greatest edition of Snowman in the Morning. We got a lot to get to over the next 240 minutes. And want to say, if you want to sponsor this here program, all you have to do is drop an email to snowmaninthemorning@gmail.com. That's snowmaninthemorning@gmail.com, or give a call to 919-247-3622. Want to join in on the fun? All you have to do, log on to youtube.com/snowmaninthemorning50. That's Snowman in the Morning 5050. I chose that number because I'm turning 50 this year, and I feel like one of my grandchildren. Matter of fact, my grandson smiled at me one day when I was leaving, and he, Grandpa, you're not going anywhere. Why is El Jefe and Cole Johnson? Good morning, gentlemen. How are you today?
Doing good.
Good morning, brother. How you?
Yeah, doing good. Good morning, guys. Good morning, everybody in the chat. Man, it's a wonderful Monday already.
Well, I am feeling very opportunistic today. I got a lot to do, and when you get here, new opportunities, new blessings. Thank you, Ryan McCarthy, and thank you, Sig Diggy, for joining us. I will now let Cole take over the EP duties. And boy, we got a lot to get to today. Game 5 of the NBA World Championship Series is upon us. Series is tied at two games apiece after a masterpiece by one. No. Say it correctly, Snowman. By one Wardell Stephen Curry II after his 43-point, 10-rebound performance. And of course, you know, all the comparisons came out to Boo, and I don't boo either. We will get to all of that. My buddy Dana Reagan is listening in, and I have a shout to him and to my league team, the San Francisco Giants. They swept the Dodgers. Thank you, Jesus.
No wonder why we saw a friend of ours so depressed.
the Dodgers.
Okay. That makes sense. Gotcha. Okay.
The Giants whipped their ass.
You sound happy about that, sir.
Period. Because the Giants whipped their ass. I haven't liked the Dodgers since 1988. Thank you, Kirk Gibson, for that. And I mean that very playfully. Jonathan Mathis, big time Dodger fan, knew I was going to tease him.
Good brother.
But let's stop wasting time. And Cole, let's get to the whip around because we have a lot to do.
I think it is about time to do the whip around. And we start with the NHL, and I wanted to actually have Wise in on this.
Just stick the blade and just stick it in.
All right. Well, okay. So if you don't know, the Lightning over the weekend took care of business. They advanced to the Stanley Cup final where they will face the Avalanche, but I don't really want to stick the needle in really too.
It wasn't a needle,
I just
man.
want to congratulate.
Just went and just stuck the knife right in, man.
That's
how we started this Monday. Thank you.
But I wanted to congratulate your Rangers. It's been a long time since they've gotten this far. I mean,
I know, I understand that. I had high hopes, man. This was actually a really good team, man.
Right.
I was like, for them to get here, yes, it was a surprise that they got this far. Nobody knew they were going to be this good. They thought they were going to be a little bit average because they still had the young kids playing and a few of the veterans. But I am proud of what they did this year. It was a great season. But look, you went up against the reigning, defending Stanley Cup champions 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
I'm saying they are the champions for a reason.
And they proved it in this series for sure.
Yes. So hats off to Tampa Bay Lightning, which is my second home. So yeah.
And so, but yeah, I didn't want to stick the needle in.
You recently spent some time in Florida. Games to 2 was their conquest for the Tampa Bay Lightning. They now face the Colorado Avalanche. That series begins Wednesday. We continue the whip around.
Yes, we do. The former Chiefs, now newly minted Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill said on his new podcast, he began it with a bang in saying that Tua Tagovailoa.
Whoa. Stop. Timeout. He says, hold the phone. Stop. Penalty flag on the field. Tyreek Hill has a podcast. When the hell did this happen?
Tyreek Hill has a podcast. That's right. And on his initial episode, his premiere episode, he said that Tua Tagovailoa is more accurate than Patrick Mahomes.
See, everybody shouldn't listen. Just because you can start a podcast doesn't mean you should start one, especially when you're going to come and speak nonsense like that. Like, if you're going to come out and say Tua is more accurate than Mahomes.
Okay.
I was going to say, are you apoplectic, Brian? I figured you could come with some heat.
Oh, I got some heat. Trust me.
Mm-hmm.
The last time Tua was accurate was against Auburn, and they still lost the game.
Not they still lost.
Hey, how do you like them apples? 48-45.
Oh, Lord. So,
hell.
Yeah, so
that game alone, and my wife and I watched it, and I'm talking that was, of course, 2019.
Mm-hmm.
No. And my last two was hell no.
No. It's better.
I mean,
it's better.
I'm going in early. I'm going in early. Bishop Bullwinkle, is Tua Tagovailoa more accurate than Patrick Mahomes?
Thank you, sir.
Hell no. To the no. Hell to the no. Hell to the no. To
All right, I think it's time we go to the next one in the whip around, shall we? So the Chicago White Sox manager, Tony LaRussa, is under fire? Well, all right, follow me here.
Yep.
So during the weekend, he decided to make a decision of intentionally walking someone, and as they would say, it came back to bite him. And so, of course, seeing how the season has gone so far for the White Sox, all of a sudden, this genius of a manager is now out of touch, is antiquated, is archaic.
Little senile.
Or senile, right.
Because
all of these things. Right.
How do you walk Trey Turner? It's 1 ball, 2 strikes, and you decide to walk Trey Turner to face Max Muncy.
That's like
you're not out of touch. You tell me you're not out of touch.
Julio Franco.
So wait a minute. Are you saying that Tony LaRussa is doing this?
1 and 2 to Trey Turner. 1 and 2 to Trey Turner, and that happens.
Okay,
look. I'm a White Sox fan, but I'm also a realist. Can I have Ozzie Guillen back, please?
That was part of the reason. That was part of the reason why I brought this up, because I know you were a Chi Sox fan. You've been a Chi Sox fan since the womb, and I figured you would enjoy that one. And Wise, you saying that Tony La Russa is hitting a little bit of this?
So good.
No, I think he's just his memory slipping a little something. I don't know, man. Like, he's kind of looking like the president.
He was ice cold. Oh my gosh, he was ice cold, Wise.
And I agree. I totally agree with that.
Oh my gosh. All right. I will put you out of your misery, Brian. I don't want to linger any further.
Listening, before we go any further, for those of you listening via Real Wides Radio, SDM Sportsnet, and our other audio stations, when we do the replay, you will hear the transitions, but now live you will not. I thought I had everything fixed, but everything is streaming live on all of our audio networks. Now, put me on my misery and go to the next one, please.
Yeah, no problem. So the new to-be Broncos ownership group is looking for a new stadium. Well, okay, follow the bouncy ball a little bit here. So the Broncos, of course, they're in the upcoming season. They're going to be going to SoFi to play the Chargers in October and the Rams on Christmas Day. And one of those two main principal owners, Rob Walton, has that itch to want to build a new stadium in Denver. And
who are they playing on? Who are they playing on Christmas Day?
They're playing the Rams on Christmas Day. So he went on to say the following:
the Miss Ann syndrome comes to sports. Ain't that a bitch?
So he went on to say this
has come to Denver.
Quote, "You look at what the Rams did, building a new stadium and all those things. I'm not quite sure what the Walton Penner Group plans are, but I know they have exciting plans. You could just tell with the message he shared with the team just how excited Mr. Walton is." Close quote. Now, here is why I want you to truly follow the bouncy
absolute
ball. Yeah. Now, here's where I want you to truly follow the bouncy ball. Now, you wonder how Mr. Walton was able to get his way in? Well, the owner of the Rams, Stan Kroenke, is married to Mr. Walton's cousin. And that's where the grease was in for him.
So basically, no other ownership group had a legitimate shot.
There we go.
At getting the team.
That's the word I wanted you to say, Wise. Exactly.
So how is the NFL not
nobody was going to get the. Nobody else was going to buy the team anyway. And of course, Walmart's attached to it.
Yes. I love you, Wise. That's exactly where I want you to go.
To me, it blows my mind that you're telling me there's no nepotism in any of this. Nothing where you're and then you're just keeping it in the old boys club.
I'm so proud of you, Wise. Yes.
You know I'm going to speak my mind.
Old gentleman.
You know it's going to stay in the old boys club.
And we love you for it.
In fact,
we love you for it. The old gentleman's club strikes again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I wouldn't say gentleman's club. I would not say gentleman's club. Definitely not. There's nothing gentleman about this. It's obvious that this is ridiculous.
Thank you, Wise.
So you say for the exception of the few women that own the NFL team, that it's all old, pasty, wrinkly. Is that what you're saying?
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, it is.
Hey, I had to say
it is.
Oh my gosh. Yes. Well, yeah. Well, you might be on the lookout for it for the Walton Penner Group to shop for a new stadium and ask Denver for some money to build a new one.
That's what?
Like the old one, or I should say, like the one that's there now. It's not all that bad.
Have you been to the Walmart recently? You seen the prices on the milk and the eggs? Oh, hell no. They better pay for it.
Yeah, I'm hoping he does.
I mean, you got leagues that make foot.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to ask the city of Denver for a new stadium. Why don't you just make that one playable?
The one that currently stands? Yeah, the one that currently stands? Yes.
Jesus.
Yes, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
That one.
I know. It makes no sense, but this is the NFL for you. Oh, and speaking of the NFL, there is a Houston police detective who testified this week that she believes that Deshaun Watson actually did commit crimes while being sexually inappropriate to many of his 24 massage therapists. So the detective said that she expressed her opinion to the Harris County District Attorney's Office, but she wasn't called to testify before the grand jury, the one that was held in Harris County. There was another one that was held in Brazoria County, which, for those who aren't aware of the area, that's a county about 2 to the southwest of Harris County or Houston area. So it's about maybe like a 40-mile trip to there. So she went on to say, when she was asked the question, quote, "Did you feel confident that you had the evidence needed to pursue those charges?" Close quote. She said, quote, "Yes." Close quote. And she was asked if there was any doubt in her mind of the investigating officer that a crime occurred. She said no, there was no doubt in her mind. I will just put it to you two. The floor is both of yours.
I need more coffee back.
Just when you think it won't get worse, it seemingly does by the day.
I don't know what to say, man. I'm like,
it almost, with his story, it almost is from the "I wish I was making this stuff up" camp. It really is getting that bad.
No, man, you can't make this.
No,
you
can't.
I'm coming to realize that a lot of the stuff that we be hearing,
you
just can't make that shit. You can't make
no,
it up.
You
just
can't.
You just cannot.
Yeah, no, you can't. All right. Let's get to the final one on the whip around. So there was a home run celebration that was done between the Braves' Ronald Acuna Jr. and Trey Young. Oh, sorry, Ronald Jr. and another Braves player. So they got into the dugout. They got some talcum powder, and then they tossed it into the air. So of course, the one who wears number 6 for the purple and gold commented on it, and he was happy that the celebration happened. And of course, he took to Twitter and said, quote, "Yes, sir. Went yard with the silencer. Aye. Salute emoji. Black power fist emoji. King crown emoji." Close quote. Sir, you got the final word on this one.
We can't go a day without talking about him. Like, one time? Like you the EP. Like, do we really need to talk about him? I'm saying.
See, I didn't miss
when I saw him do it.
Yeah,
I was like, I can really see Cole. I already know Cole got something to say about this. As soon as I saw it, I swear, as soon as I saw him do it, and I'm like,
I didn't mention his
Cole's
name.
Gonna have something to say about this.
I do. I didn't mention his name. But I saw that. I was like, people can't get this fool out of their consciousness. 2 months out the playoffs, and people still want to invoke him. And it's not just basketball; it's other arenas around sports. And I'm thinking,
but you gotta understand. Really? I'm sure Kuna is a big fan of his.
I'm sure
he's still young. Like,
yeah.
To us, we look at it through different lenses.
Two different lenses. Yeah,
I'm saying.
Agreed.
To them, to that generation, he is the greatest.
Yeah.
Let's get that straight. It's all of a matter of opinion. Me and my nephew talked about this the other day, and all this nonsense about GOAT, who's a GOAT, not a GOAT.
Mm-hmm.
Every generation is going to have their greatest player. Everyone, because if everyone say MJ, some people, but you got people that's going to say Wilt or Russell.
Yeah.
Or you got it's I'm saying, or even for the 80s, you had Magic and Larry Bird. So it's just matter of opinion. Everyone has it.
Yeah, I understand.
It's just,
I understand. I do. It's
to them, he is the greatest.
Yeah.
You have to come to that realization that to them, they've seen him play.
True.
They didn't see MJ play like we saw MJ play.
Yeah, you're right.
And we continue to just debate like, oh, they can't keep saying that. You gotta understand that's their opinion. That
I understand.
We might not feel that way.
I know.
We might feel that he's overrated.
Exactly. You know,
or not. I wouldn't say overrated because he balls.
Yeah,
he's just
he
shoved down your throat. That's
right.
What it is.
He is a deserving of that honor. But see, it's like this, and I'm starting to really look at it. You know, it's like in music. When we think of songwriters, we think Stevie Wonder, and we know that man can write a bad song, right? But when we became in our 20s and in our 30s, we kept hearing that the greatest of all time is Robert Kelly. And now I want to be sick to
who the hell told that lie?
Throwing up in a bucket. And that is exactly how I feel when the Bronsexuals and others claim that LeBron James is the greatest player of all time. It's sickening to me.
Okay. Again, like I don't, but prior to us, prior to people, the R. Kelly shit coming out, I'm saying that's not fun. Like his shit wasn't the shit. His music was dope. Man made dope music. He just loved little girls.
That ain't all he loved.
Haters wanna hate, lovers wanna love.
But
it's just
want
none of the above. I wanna pee on you.
Yeah, right.
Oh dear Lord.
Pee on you. Drip, 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 drip. That is how I think of Mr. Robert Kelly. To the point I don't even want to call him R anymore.
Oh man.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes today's Whip Around. Before we hit the break, let's say some hellos to the chat. As in, Ryan, good morning to you, sir. I hope the Monday is greeting you well. And he says the same to everybody. Sick, good morning to you, sir. Dana, it's a pleasure to see you. How you doing? Sick? I appreciate it. I could just style the hair the way I style it. Woohoo, Dana says. Sick goes on to say, to quote D.L. Hughley, the Giants whooped the Dodgers like a part-time job.
Damn it.
Nice one. Dana loved it too. Dana also says, Rodon the Executioner. Also, my pick is my pick as biggest impact, Jacob Eunice, who we got from the Royals. He's now 6-1. Well, that's a good choice there. A Pizzle, what's up, homie? It's great to see you back. Ryan says, I think I need more coffee. I mean, coffee, because I can't believe what my ears are telling me. Tua is more accurate than Patrick Mahomes.
Man, why do you think I stepped away to get more coffee?
Oh, and this is for you, Ryan.
Bitch, are you for real?
Because I know that's what you were thinking as soon as you heard that come out of my mouth.
Oh, geez.
Six says, did Hill and Mahomes part ways on bad terms, or just saying that to stir the pot? Well, who knows
Obviously.
Tyreek?
You know, he had to get his podcast numbers, man.
Who knows with Tyreek?
Listen, he has to get his new podcast. He has to get it going.
Oh.
So controversy.
So he has to say that.
And the name of the podcast is It Needed to Be Said. That's the name of it.
Okay, and I'm not. Listen, if I'm Tyreek Hill, I would have done the same thing.
Ryan,
I am not gonna lie. If I was Tyreek Hill, I would have done the same thing.
Ryan says, sick. He said it to pump the tires to his new QB, which I think that's probably true too. Dana says it was a bad decision. Talking about Tony LaRussa. I watch the Dodgers all the time. Lefty righty doesn't apply to Max. Also, 2 strikes.
No, Max Muncy is one of the best players in baseball. Let's get that straight. I'm saying one of the best hitters. It's not like he's somebody who strikes out all the time. Max Muncy is a baller. He plays this game. It doesn't matter if it's lefty, righty.
Max Muncy is Max Muncy.
Yeah,
period.
Yeah, he's a player at the plate. You just have to count for him and try to get him out.
Old school to me.
Yeah,
he plays
no matter who, no matter what.
It
you
matters.
have to find a way to get him out.
Right, it doesn't matter. He hits them.
Yeah, you just got to find a way to get him out. I agree.
And you have Trey Turner, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah,
and you intentionally walk him.
Oh well.
And you intentionally walk. Go to break, please. I'll start cussing. Go to break.
Before
please.
We go to before we go to break, I had to say give love to the fam. So 6 says, how do you like them apples? Cole and Wise, y'all might want to step aside. Snowman already has turned into Kumo D.
Mm-hmm.
Then it says nepotism in NFL. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
Yeah. 6 says Wise needs to go off like Charles Barkley on Billy Crystal and forget Paris. That's
Lord.
Oh man.
6 says
Lord.
Wise. I hear your frustration and outrage. I did too, and I loved it. 6 says the mayor of Denver and Colorado's governor should tell the Broncos' new owner to pucker up if they're looking for a new stadium. Yeah, they probably did tell them that already. Dana says private funding makes public feel better. Yes, it does. See Pac Bell Park and also see SoFi. Yes, I agree, Dana. And I think that's the route that they need to take if they want to build a new stadium. I highly doubt that will happen. 6 says you got to love it how Cole sets things up. Always smiling like Magic Johnson. Well, I mean, hey, I try to be the great assist man like Magic was. You know what I'm saying?
And you are.
And he knows, but he knows what's going to trigger.
He does.
Dana says,
he does.
Dana says, I could never compare errors. Impossible. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. He said, give me a break. Stevie wins hands down. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh,
Stevie never peed on anyone. Exactly.
No competition whatsoever. None.
Well, I can no. Yeah, like we just totally disrespected Prince right now. Like,
no, we didn't.
No.
Prince, as a composer of music, and as many hits as Stevie's written, Prince has written just as many, and for all types of genre. Talent wise, I'm a Prince guy personally.
I'm a Prince guy too, and
same.
Believe me, I'm a Prince guy too. I saw him in concert 3 times. I'm a Prince guy. But in terms of songwriting,
you lucky.
But in terms of songwriting, Stevie is it for me. But Prince, as an all-around performer,
he might. Okay, so
rarely
1A and
can
1B. I could do 1A and 1B.
Yeah, Prince is a.
I can do 1A and 1A. Why not?
Yeah, we can do that. 1 and
1A and 1A.
Prince is a all-around.
Let's do that.
Can't do it. He can't be beat. Ryan says, I don't know why we're getting all pissy about R. Kelly this morning. I see myself out.
Cole started this.
Dana says,
Nabbit.
Dana says, sing it only hurts when I pee. 6 says, I'm glad I grew up listening to my dad's collection of music, especially the Motown album. Same. Dana says, good, thanks. 6 says, Cole, thanks for the Dave Chappelle skit. One of my favorite ones of the Chappelle show. It's one of mine, too. Dana says, I may hate the Dodgers, but I respect the talent, except Lutz. He irritates me for some reason. Dana says, I doubt it too, Cole. And all right, and with that, I will grant my partner's wishes before he does decide to go Kumo D and basically say how powerful can one black man be and curse along with it. We will go to commercial break, and after that, we will break down Game 4 and preview Game 5 of the upcoming NBA Finals. The Warriors and the Celtics. What do they need to do to get that all-important Game 5? We will tell you on the other side. This is Snowman in the Morning with Cole Johnson. We're joined by our partner, Wise El Jefe. We'll be right back.
It's time to...
This is Snowman in the Morning.
Listen, you're my friend.
I noticed you haven't really been yourself recently.
Yeah, I feel like something's up.
How are you?
Are you okay?
Is there anything you want to talk about?
I just want to know how you're feeling.
And listen, even if you don't know what to say, I'm here to talk.
No matter what you're going through,
I just want you to know I'm here.
I've got your back. When you want to talk, I'm here.
You're so right for me, and I'm right for you. I love the things you do, like sweet tasting wine. Your lips are so divine. Your loving turns me on. My lonely days are gone. That's why I'm never gonna let you go. Never gonna let you go, babe. I'm never gonna let you go. No, no, never gonna let you go.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys, it's me, Isabella Gomez, filling in for Smokey Bear because he's got more to say than just...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Like, if you're outside enjoying a barbecue, don't let a hamburger distract you from fire safety. Make sure you aren't dumping your hot coals or ashes onto the ground because that could start a wildfire. So take wildfire prevention seriously and let's save the world one day at a time. Juntos con Smokey Bear, podemos hacerlo. Go to smokeybear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
Welcome back to Snowman and No Wonder with Cole Johnson with Wise El Jefe and Brian Snow. I am Cole Johnson. It is day number 13. Let me put on the brakes. It actually is a new day, but I will talk more about that. No, I take that back. My partner will talk more about that. 100 Days of Carolina, that campaign is going, and here to tell more about that is Mr. Brian Snow.
Well, I made a decision last night, and it's in honor of my dad. He always would tell me, if you're going to go something, go forward with feeling and go all the way. So I made the decision to reboot 100 Days to Carolina and started on the anniversary of my dad's passing, which was yesterday, June 12th. And me and him shared a lot together. In fact, it was that day in 2007 where I lost him to prostate cancer. And when I got diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, I made a promise. And I said, Dad, cancer may have gotten you, but it ain't getting me. I made the same promise to my mom when I lost her on September 1st. And it ain't gonna get me. I don't care how many times cancer knocks on my door, I'm going to kick it shut. But to relive the nightmare? Nah, not going to do that. To relive the nightmare of my dad's passing? No, not going to do that. Going to go forward. That's why I decided on the reboot. And yesterday was the first day. I did a live fundraiser last night, got a couple donations in, but we need more. You all see the links at the bottom of the screen. You'll see them throughout the course of the day and the course of the show. The goal is to get home. And the goal is to raise at least $20,000, but the big target is $60,000. And thank you, Dana. Says, glad you were making it. It wouldn't be the same without you. And Drew Willingham's in the house. Great way to honor the parents. Yeah, that's why I decided on the reboot, to honor them and especially honor my dad. Because as I said, yesterday is the 15th anniversary of his passing. So the reboot started yesterday, and it's going to continue. It's a full 100 days to Carolina. Got some things in the works with UNCG, some things in the works with Mount Tabor High School. And Dad always told me, never let anyone, including your mother or me, stop you from what you want to achieve. And with those words sticking with me, that's why I decided on the reboot. So with everything that's going on, with everything that's happening, and with everything that's trying to go backwards in my life, that's why I really said the hell with it, and going for it all. And when I say I'm going for it all, I mean just that. I'm going for everything. It's tough for me to talk about my parents without having tears in my eyes because they were my first set of heroes. It's tough for me to talk about my dad without missing him as much as I do. And I will say there will be times throughout the program today where I may ask Cole and Wise to carry it while I get situated. I will say this. I'm going to try to do another fundraiser tonight, and I got one scheduled with Charles Faulkner tomorrow. But the goal is to get home to the Triad area. And we're not going to stop until the goal is reached, because there are some things we need to take care of, and I will explain those things at a later date. But for now, we got a full 100 days to Carolina.
Receiving love in the chat. Definitely. Dana, he says that I'm glad you're making it, Snowman. Wouldn't be the same without you. I echo those same sentiments. He also says Drew, I'm sorry, says great way to honor the parents. Drew, pleasure to have you aboard, sir. 6 says my condolences. And he also says shout out to Mr. and Mrs. Snow, sir. And so we will dedicate the rest of today's show to both the Mr. and Mrs. Snow. All right, Game 4 of the NBA Finals took place this past weekend. Game 5 takes place tonight. And we're going to do this along with Wise and Brian and myself with a good friend of ours. So I think it's time we bring him on right. So he's the co-host of the Play Caller Sports Talk. He also is the co-host of the Eagles Elite podcast. And yes, you're seeing Wise's skin crawl because this is a Giants fan I'm talking to.
Well, you know what? No, me and Cool, that's my man. Cool's my man.
I know.
So we actually got a show coming up. We're working on this show. It's me, Cool, Sam, Ben, and one other gentleman we have. But it's us focusing on the NFC East, and it's gonna be a dope. I'm excited.
We'll talk a little bit more about that too, because I think I might have somebody who probably would fit that groove perfect.
Oh, we have Washington. We have every team covered in the East.
Oh, you do? All right. Well, everybody say hello.
Except we got 2 Eagle fans.
We'll say hello to the one, the only, a friend of ours to the show and a family member of SITM, Mr. Cool McCain. How are you, sir?
Gentlemen, what's going on?
Man, everything is good. It's great to see you back, brother.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Cool. And
All right,
remember, folks, danger is his business.
Love it.
Oh, Lord. Dana says, do you guys think the NBA Finals are massaged to go a certain way? Oh, Lord. Now, if you're Deshaun Watson, I think massage is the last word he would want to hear.
He still probably goes for his happy endings.
Yes, but he just wouldn't do it sliding through DMs. 6 says, cool. What's up?
Once again,
You're not gonna go there.
Once again, no comment. Absolutely no comment whatsoever. I'm not as bad as I want to go there.
Right.
Hell.
All right, so Friday we had Game 4 of the NBA Finals, and everybody and their mama was saying, well, this is going to be easy because the Warriors are soft and the Celtics had their way with them Wednesday, and this will be 3-1 when they go back to San Francisco. But one Mr. Steph Curry said, Hood now 43-10-4 en route to a 107-97 victory. Now the series is tied at 2. The Warriors gain back home court. And we are now in the all-important Game 5. So, gentlemen, I will lay it out to you. What are each of the keys for the Warriors and the Celtics to get that W tonight?
I'll put it in a simple sentence.
Go ahead,
I'll
sir.
put it in a simple sentence. Speed for the Warriors, power for the Celtics. It's what's worked for them, and it's what's gotten them each 2 victories in the World Championship Series. And I'm sorry for all you modern folks that say NBA Finals, this crew excluded, because they know how I feel. This is a World Championship Series, and we are now in the best 2 out of 3. The Warriors must play with speed, and they got to play off the home energy tonight, because y'all know the Chase Center is going to be full, and it is going to be rocking. It's going to be loud. So the Warriors have to feed off of that, and Steph has to have another masterclass virtuoso performance. What the Warriors need to do defensively is keep Jason Tatum away from the arc. Coming into Game 5, and here's a stat for you, 27% shooting for Jason Tatum inside the arc. You keep him inside the arc, the Warriors have a chance to get some breaks, and they have a chance to sprint all over the place. The ball has to move for Golden State. For the Boston Celtics, they must play with power. That means leaning on their clear advantage. They have to use their size. They must use their power to win tonight. And those are my keys for Game 5.
All right. Cool.
Well, I say for Golden State, they have to shoot better overall. They have to hit threes at a higher clip. Boston kind of did what Golden State has normally done in the fourth quarter this past game. They kind of fell back and didn't really keep up. That's the first time in the series we've seen Boston not be the better team scoring-wise in the fourth quarter. Golden State did what they were supposed to do in the third as well. But Boston, let me finish with Golden State. So Golden State needs to shoot at a better clip. They need to be able to spread the points out as well, because you can't ask Steph Curry to hit 40-plus points a game, right? It's great that he was able to do it, but he needs help. There's a guy called Klay Thompson that's supposed to also be one of the Splash Brothers, but right now it's looking like one Splash Brother and 2 baby splashes. Jordan, it would be nice to have a Jordan Poole sighting. We haven't had one of those in a while. Their role players for Golden State are going to have to play better, which historically would happen because they're going back home. These last 2 games they've been on the road, which is I've always said, when you're on the road and you're a role player, you don't play as well. That's the difference between stars, superstars, and role players. If you're at least a star, you can perform on the road as well. Role players are guys that can perform really well at home, but when they get on the road, sometimes they don't perform as well. So that's happened to Golden State. So those guys need to get back going. For Boston, I'm going to actually piggyback off of Snowman a little bit with the play with power, but I'm going to add power and precision. Boston is able to get to the lane at will. They miss a lot of shots that they should not miss at the rim. It's ridiculous. Be precise with your plays. Gather yourself and put up a simple shot. When you're in the lane, you shouldn't be as many second and third chances needed to get a bucket in the paint or in the lane when you're a team that's that young, long, and athletic. Al Horford's going to have to be a little bit better offensively. Williams is going to have to be more locked in when he's in the game. A lot of fumbles, a lot of missed layups, missed 2 5-footers for him as well. They just got to be more precise, use their power, dominate the game, and lean on Golden State defensively. Make them work on defense, work them with their own offense so you can wear them down. That's what the 2 teams need to do. And just a little caveat to throw in, Boston hasn't lost back-to-back games in the playoffs. So if Boston can keep their streak going somehow, they'll win. Needless to say, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, and Marcus Smart have to have big offensive games. One game, they all 3 need to play good together. Game 5 would be a great game for that.
Well, Actually, the Warriors also have not lost back-to-back games in the playoffs too. But you're correct about the Celtics.
Yes, it's gonna be interesting.
It will be interesting. Wise.
Oh no, it just stole my thing, man. Because nobody had mentioned that they hadn't lost 2 games in a row. Because they haven't. Celtics haven't lost 2 in a row, and they're gonna make the adjustments. Like Cool said, they own the paint. They can drive in the paint all day on the Warriors, and like they need to hit those. They need to get those dropping because the Celtics are killing them on the boards. But if you can just make those shots, it makes a big difference. Yeah, you're cleaning the boards, but you're not getting those second chance points.
Yeah.
You're getting once in every other quarter that you're dominating and you're getting the points, but then in that fourth quarter, you're not doing anything. You're not getting it done. And again, with the Warriors, they can't rely on Steph to have another performance like that and win.
Right.
Yeah, he's been killing it this playoffs, but this Celtics team is too good to just rely on Steph to beat them by himself.
Yeah.
Because if the Celtics get it together, especially in the paint, they dominate in the paint, man.
Yeah.
Williams and Horford are having their way down there. They might not be dropping the points and all that, but they're dominating down there. They're grabbing the boards. Anything that's coming their way, they're grabbing.
Yeah.
So the Klay Thompson needs to step up. Needs to start hitting more shots. Remember that nonsense someone was spewed to you about Jordan Poole being the best player on the Warriors?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh,
false.
Where's that person at now? Like, I wonder where they're at now. Like,
yeah.
Are you seeing these playoffs?
Quiet as a church mouse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So no, I agree with what both with Cool and Snowman said.
Yeah.
But again, neither team has lost 2 games in a row.
Yeah.
And I expect Boston to get it right this game.
Mm-hmm.
The coach they have, he is one of the best coaches, especially being his first year.
Mm-hmm.
And having him where he has him at now. And I'm not a Celtics fan. And I actually like this team.
I know.
Udoka should have been coach. Udoka should have been coach of the year. I love you, Monty Williams, but Udoka should have been coach of the year.
I agree with you, Wise. It is very difficult to hate this Celtics team. It is very difficult.
It is.
Very difficult.
It is. It is.
Way. You all have said some wonderful points. I'll just bottom line it myself. So the Warriors need more than Steph to score. I mean, it's just that simple. They need more than Steph to score, and they need to crash those boards. They need to show that they are unafraid to be big on the boards too. And for the Celtics, not only do they need to play with power and play with precision, because I agree with both you, Snowman, and both you, Cole. But Cool. But they need to not settle offensively. What got them in the fourth quarter, in the bad way that they were in, they settled for too many jumpers and threes. If they don't settle and they play within the framework of their offense, that will make the job for the Warriors much more difficult, because the wonderful thing about the Warriors, like I said, they like to have defenses play cha-cha. Well, it looks like the Celtics could do the same thing to the Warriors, but they didn't in Game 4 in the fourth quarter. And when they don't, that's when the Celtics get into trouble. When they do, and that ball hops around and moves, that's when the Celtics are the most dangerous. But they need to do that, and they need to commit to that and stay with that, because if they do, they'll get a W again in the Chase Center. But I agree with you, Snowman is going to be hopping tonight there. Dana says, he says, well, I didn't want to say fixed. He said massaged. I didn't want to say fixed. Well, I agree. I understand why you want to say fixed either. The six says, since dangerous Cool's business, I take it that business is good.
Yep.
And see the smile on his face. I guess business is good. Danny says, hey, this is a great finals. Bill Burr
always
put that thought in my mind. And yeah, Bill Burr, wonderful comedian. Controversial, but wonderful comedian. Dana says, Warriors, no turnover. Sheesh. I agree.
Mhm.
They need to not, but you can say that about the Celtics too. No turnovers.
Yeah.
They need to take care of that ball. Six says Steph said, let me do this correctly. With the
Please.
bad knee and all in game 4, was he going to allow the Warriors to lose in Boston? Was he? Bishop, tell us.
Hell no, to the no, no, no. Hell to the no, hell to the no, to the no, no, no. Listen.
I love that. I love that determination from Steph, and I'll get to Steph very soon. Six says, I'm sure Draymond will be gunning for Al Horford. Well, I think that's his only shot now because he needs to have something to get him going to where he actually is contributing and not basically be what you would consider a throwaway piece. Because right now, the way he's played this series, he's becoming that. The only game that where you couldn't say that would be game 2, but it's unfortunate that he hasn't been the force that we've come to know him to be.
Right.
All throughout
Al
this
Horford,
time.
Horford has gotten him.
Yes.
Horford has gotten him, but he hasn't gotten Kevon Looney. So I wouldn't be surprised if Steve Kerr makes the same move late and inserts Kevon Looney to help bring the Warriors home.
I want him to do that. Kerr to do that. I want Kerr to see that and go with that because Looney is a problem for Horford. I agree with you. Six says the boards are where the real battles will be. Yep. 100. And
absolutely.
Two Snowman.
They've dictated every game. They've dictated every game so far. They have dictated 2 victories for each team.
Yeah, to Snowman's point. They were better on the boards when Looney was in there, and they were not as good on the boards when Looney was not. And that showed a big difference with both teams. Dana said rebounds, Celtics were killing them on the boards just in games 1 and 3. Definitely 3. They were waxing them on the boards.
They were wiping the Warriors out on the boards in game 3.
And
with that raucous why did that raucous crowd remind me of the old Boston Garden when the Celtics returned home in the NBA World Championship and everybody in Boston wanted to buy a ticket and couldn't.
Oh, I'm so glad you
Why did it remind me of that? And does it remind me of the old Oakland Coliseum? It's a couple of throwback teams playing, like I said, a world championship series. I'm sorry, but it's not for me this year, and especially this year, and not 2020 and not 2021. Although I loved seeing Giannis win it all. This is a world championship series. This is a world championship series. It's not the NBA Finals. It's not modern. It's what did I say at the top of the series? It's a throwback. It's a throwback with 2 teams were not expected to get there, but they pissed off the public and got there because the Celtics were written off. Cool, you and I talked about this. The Celtics were written off before the All-Star break.
Well,
but not anymore.
Looks like they're gonna piss off more people saying that these boring
they were
playoffs
before the All-Star break. They stood up after that. But definitely
it looks
not
like it looks like they're gonna piss off
and the
more
funny
people
thing to me is
these
fight.
Go ahead, Cole.
Yeah, for me the funny thing for me is you sit here and you watch the games and you look at Boston and you say Marcus Smart should not be closing these games out. White should be closing these games out. He's playing better than Smart in clutch situations. Udoka's got to make that switch if they get in a situation where they're getting in a tight game or they're down late in the fourth. You got to make the move. White is the guy who's been cooking this season on the road and at home.
What
you
sucks?
Need to throw him in with Tatum and
Brown,
and then both of the Williams guys. That's the lineup you need to be closing with if you're Boston.
What sucks about that, and I agree 100% with you. What sucks about that is a lot of, and it's so funny. We're talking about the same type of guy on both sides because Green is the engine that runs the Warriors in terms of pace and energy. Smart is that way for the Celtics, and I think Udoka sees that this guy is the engine that revs the team, and it took a minute for Kerr to say, yeah, maybe in these key minutes, my man needs to sit on the bench. I want to see if Udoka can do that with Smart, because that would be a good decision if that would be the case. Because I agree, Grant Williams off the bench has been really, really key and late, especially around now. That is a really good point.
Yeah. Well, that's our preview of Game 5 of the World Championship Series. We got some comments that Cole will get to.
Yeah. 6 says Looney and Green will be fighting with Horford and Williams III in the paint. That's going to be a great battle. Drew says Curry wouldn't be able to carry the Warriors without Tatum's struggles for the Celtics. And if they were to basically have Tatum still struggle, I agree. But I think Tatum is due to break out, so is Clay. 6 says Poole, Payton II, Iguodala, if he suits up, etc., all have to step up. No question.
We're going to see Iggy. I think this is the time that we see Iguodala. I go back to Game 5, 2015. Actually, you can go back to Game 4, 2015 against you-know-who and the Cavaliers, and Steve Kerr pressed the right button. I think this is the game. I love you, Boston. I love this. I love these Celtics. They're going to be around. They're going to hurt some people. But you look at Steve Kerr and his history, save against Toronto. I don't even count 2016. Save the World Championship against Toronto, where he could not push all the buttons due to injuries. There's a button he's going to push tonight. Don't know what that button is or when it's going to happen, but there's a button I believe he's going to push tonight that will get the Warriors home and get them a 3-2 lead heading back to Beantown. Both of these coaches have a button they're going to push, and they're going to push it in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
But it's going to be something. It's going to be try, because he has all his reinforcements. He's got all the reinforcements. Dana just put up a great comment in endorsing the show. I'll let Cole get to the comments, and then I'll take us to break.
All right. Yeah, Dana agrees with what you sick. He also says that I don't know about role players in general on the road. John Paxson made them home and away. I'm dating myself. Don't worry, you're not gonna be dating yourself here. Because
Johnny Pax.
We live around that same era too, but brother. 6 says Marcus Smart and Jaylen Brown need to back up Jason Tatum. Peyton Pritchard and Grant Williams also have to come off the bench. In fact, I think the Pritchard-Williams point is bigger for me. Yeah. I think those two need to become a bigger part of what the Celtics do. Because if not, those starters are going to be absolutely tongue-wagging and tired. Because that's what the Warriors want to have happen. Ryan
they want to beat you with speed. They want to beat you with speed.
Ryan says a team whose role players excel in their roles and have the bench players contribute the most will win this game and most likely the next game, or at least the series. I agree with that. 6 says Steph Curry is still banged up. Remember when Al Horford landed on Curry's left leg? That was at the end of Game 3 during the loose scramble. Yep, it's still hurting. But it looks like he's able to maneuver, which that's good to see. 6 says Ime Udoka is going to cuss out the Celtics like a Nigerian father, and he did in fourth quarter Game 4 if they start slacking, because he actually, oh Lord, I love this. He says, I'm sure they'll start mistaking his Nigerian pidgin English for Jamaican patois. Oh, you love this, Sick, because in the bench, in the midst of when the Celtics will get their butt getting whooped by the Warriors, he actually said, quote, "Why are you all playing like a-holes?" Close quote. So to your point, sir, you're exactly correct. He will curse them out because he did, and he will continue to
at a moment's notice.
Yeah,
at a moment's notice, he'll do that.
Dana agrees with the turnover point for the Celtics. He says, you guys hit all the main points. Nice job. Thank you, Dana. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Dana. Thank you.
Dana says, "Yeah, Game 3, Snowman. It doesn't have the lion pit thing like the old Garden." Yeah, and I'm gonna talk a little bit further about that as we go across the bridge to the next part. Dana says, "Agree. Look at Phoenix. They thought they had the auto bid. Yeah, they did, and look what happened." Dana says,
they fell on their ass.
He says, "You know, the TV people don't hit points like you guys do. You got my vote. That's what I'm talking about, right?"
Well, thank you, Dana. Thank you, Dana.
That's how we try to be comprehensive all the way around. And good morning to you, Andrew. Good family member. I love to see you, brother.
You know why
I never believed
I
in
love
Phoenix.
doing this show? Look, I never believed in Phoenix either, especially after the Warriors destroyed them on Christmas Day. Cole, what did I send to you Christmas Day after the Warriors beat Phoenix? I said, there's no way they're getting to the Western Conference Finals. I thought when the game began and I was watching it with my family that, hey, Phoenix could keep up with the Warriors. Then that second quarter happened. And then the third quarter happened where the Warriors blitzed them. And then I said, oh, no. Oh, hell no. Phoenix will not be able to keep up with anyone next year. I'm making a very bold prediction. So, cool, write this down. There's no way the Phoenix Suns will keep up in the Western Conference next year, period. I'm saying it now.
And I remember the conversation we had, Brian. We basically said the winner of that game on Christmas Day was going to be the Western Conference.
Was going to be the Western Conference champions. And it was Golden State who won.
I have
the
two
Warriors
words
won Christmas
to prove
Day.
the point that Snowman is saying. Chris Paul.
Yep.
Don't get me started
Chris
on him.
Paul. I want to touch. Look, after we get done with Jay, I want to touch on. Chris Paul because we get Jay Spivey at the bottom of this hour. We got Joshua Jackson at the top of next hour in a special edition of Mike to Mike where we catch up with him. And can I take us to break now?
Yeah, more with McCain and and some more. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, we got more coming up, and this is our official out cue. I didn't write it down. I'm going to write it down and send it to everybody that hosts or co-hosts with us. You're listening to and watching Snowman in the Morning live on BS3 TV, as well as YouTube, also on the SDM Sports Network and Real Wise Radio, and 24 hours a day at official sitmorn.com.
This is Snowman in the Morning.
Listen, you're my friend.
I noticed you haven't really been yourself recently.
Yeah, I feel like something's up.
How are you?
Are you okay?
Is there anything you want to talk about?
I just want to know how you're feeling.
And listen, even if you don't know what to say, I'm here to talk.
No matter what you're going through,
I just want you to know I'm here.
I've got your back. When you want to talk, I'm here.
Baby, you see, you're so right for me, and I'm right for you. I love the things you do, like sweet tasting wine. Your lips are so divine. Your loving turns me on. My lonely days are gone. That's why I'm never gonna let you go. Never gonna let you go. Babe, I'm never gonna let you go. No, never gonna let you go. Baby, never gonna let you go. Never gonna let you go. Babe, I'm never gonna.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys, it's me, Isabella Gomez, filling in for Smokey Bear because he's got more to say than just.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Like, if you're outside enjoying a barbecue, don't let a hamburger distract you from fire safety. Make sure you aren't dumping your hot coals or ashes onto the ground because that could start a wildfire. So take wildfire prevention seriously and let's save the world one day at a time. Juntos con Smokey Bear, podemos hacerlo. Go to smokeybear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
I can't do it. We'll do it live. Do it live! I'll write it and we'll do it live!
Mister, will you please wake up?
Grant with that jump shot's off. Long rebound run down by Hodges, and here's the King. That's a 3.
This is Snowman in the morning.
Hey, this promises to be fun.
Oh, yeah.
Can't wait. Are you kidding me? Do you believe it?
You're inside hour number 2 of Snowman in the Morning with Cole Johnson, with Brian Snow, with Wise El Jefe, and with our wonderful guest, Cool McCain. I am Cole Johnson. Welcome back to the throng. And fam, welcome back again. And there's some stuff in the chat I want to address. Dana says, you don't have to address this unless you get to baseball, and we will later on in the show. But I want to go on record and say those homers by the Yankees, Judge, Stanton, and etc., are almost all on middle of the plate fastballs. Why would you challenge hot hitters like that? Gossman at their numbers, split, grab some pine meat. We will talk about this because one of our colleagues is a Yankees fan. I won't mention who.
I wonder who.
They got to tell. You can see the stadium in the background. There's no question.
Is that the new? Is that the new one or the old one?
Oh, this
is that the new one?
That's the old Yankees.
That's the old one.
Okay.
Yes.
I got a chance. I had a chance to see. I had a chance to see the old Yankee Stadium, and the only part I didn't get a chance to see.
You want to talk about me with
only
Brent.
part
you lucky son. But and I had a chance to go there in 1991, but that's another story for another day. Go ahead.
I had a chance. I had a chance to see the old stadium. Haven't seen the new one yet, but with Wise being a Yankee fan, oh boy, I want to meet John I want to meet John Sterling.
Yeah.
I want to meet the radio voice of the New York Yankees.
He's actually cut his back. He's cut back on his time.
Yeah,
calling less games now. It's
yeah,
shame, but he's getting up there. So
Michael K is cutting back. Michael K is cutting back too, isn't he?
No,
or is he doing a full schedule?
He's doing a full schedule. He's also doing Sunday Night Baseball as well.
That's right. That's right. He added to his schedule. He's got Sunday.
Yeah,
so when Sterling doesn't call, when Sterling's not on the radio calling Yankees games, who sits in for him? Do you know?
You have Susan Moment and I don't know because they have so many new people. Like now they got Cameron Maben. They have Cameron Maben, Carlos Beltran, Paul O'Neill has reduced his schedule. David Cohn is also now doing Sunday Night Baseball as well, so he's reduced his schedule somewhat. But yeah, I don't really listen to the radio games, so I gotta find that out.
Oh, I'm a radio rat, and I love to know. I love to know who all the voices are. Andrew says Judge is going to break Maris's record. Of course, we're talking about 61. And Andrew backed it up. Not Barry Bonds' record, right?
Not the 73 by Bonds, but the 61. He might
listen. I love baseball, yes, but listen, there was no rule against what he was doing. There was nothing.
We have to talk about that.
We have
later this week.
Not now.
Later this week.
We'll discuss it.
Later this week. Let's work that in. Let's work that into a show. Let's work that into the show later this week and talk baseball. I think I can get a couple baseball folks for the program.
That'd be cool.
So,
that'd be cool to do. Says it's bad when the fans chant "Fire Tony" at a legend. Dana says I was a Yankees fan when Lou Gehrig was at first. Kruk and Quip hands down. I'm biased.
Yeah,
no problem with your
those
bias,
are those are the voices of the San Francisco Giants. Voice of the Giants. Doesn't Ryan Ruocco take duties in Mr. Sterling's seat occasionally? But he also takes Michael K's seat on the road. He doesn't take it full time on the road because he's covering the WNBA, and shouts to the WNBA in their 26th year.
Yeah.
And I got a lot more to say about that. I'll save that for later in the week because there are some people that think they know how to cover the WNBA, but they don't. And this is from a guy who covered the Chicago Sky from their inception to their first championship finals appearance in 2014. And I promised a friend of mine that I would share a funny broadcast story. We'll do it now. Lewis, I hope you are watching this. In fact, I'm going to send the link to him. I'm going to send the link to him right now so he can.
Mr. Snowman. I need on the WNBA.
Oh, you will be. We'll make that happen. It's going to be this. It's going to be this week.
When he mentioned that, I said I know Cool has to get his hat in to comment on that.
Because, we all are.
Oh,
yeah, he's a WNBA aficionado.
Oh, yeah, we have the free BG, definitely.
We're going free Brittany Griner, indeed.
Oh Lord, don't get me started on that.
We're gonna
please.
I'm gonna do this. Well, I'm gonna do this now. I think I'm gonna save the WNBA for Thursday because I got a lot to say about the coverage or lack thereof of the WNBA, and I got a lot to say about Brittany Griner not being home, which is an absolute travesty.
Yes, sir.
I would hijack the whole show. Talking about
it's a travesty. Y'all forgive my camera for moving. I'm gonna hold it right now.
Defended champ starting to heat up.
Yeah. You realize who's gonna do what. All right. Here is the funny story I promised Lewis I would tell. His father, Mark Farina, and I were very, very dear friends and lost Mark to COVID in late 2021. And it was heartbreaking to me because not only was Mark one of my best friends, but he was also my baseball partner. So on a day where we were covering Roosevelt University, we were scheduled to do a game one night. But there were storms coming in, and we were informed at the last minute that we had to do the game that day. So Mark came by my mother's house, picked me up, and we got to Standard Bank Stadium, got in. It was sunny to start the game, but it got cloudy really quick because the storms were coming in fast. And when you know it, that game went 10 innings. But Roosevelt wound up winning the game in that 10th inning, 5-4, after trailing 4-0. But the best part about that day was when we tried to get out of that stadium because everyone was flying out, trying to get out as fast as they can. And, they turned all the lights off. So you talk about the blind leading the blind. We had to feel our way out like three blind mice. And no one decided to tell us that there was a couch on the concourse, and we bumped into it. I nearly fell over the damn thing. But we finally got to some ambient light. We got out of there. And you want to see two old guys running toward the car where the lights are? That is what Mark and I were doing. But that was one of the funniest times. I got more broadcast stories with Mark. I think I'll share one every week. I got a lot of funny broadcast stories, but that one, blind leading the blind, trying to get out of Standard Bank Stadium when they turned all the lights off in the ballpark, No one told me there was not only a couch, but a table in the doggone way. But we got our way through it. We got out. And that's one of the ways I'm going to honor Mark Farina, my great husband, a great dad, and one of my broadcast partners. And we lost him to COVID in late 2021. I'm sorry, Lewis. I'm sorry, you guys. I hate breaking down like this, but when I lose people that were very close to me, and I know you guys understand, it's tough. So I'm trying to use sense of humor and laughter to poke our way through the difficult times. That's why this day, the day after the anniversary of my dad's passing, is going to be hard for me. But yeah, that's my funny broadcast story for today. I'll share another one tomorrow, and I'll set the scene, Joliet, Illinois, and I'll save that for tomorrow.
Well, let's do a quick reset. We'll be right back. This is Snowman in the Morning with Cole Johnson. You're seeing Wise, you're seeing Brian, you're seeing Cool, because he'll come along with us for the ride. I'm Cole Johnson. We'll be back.
This is Snowman in the Morning.
Listen, you're my friend.
I noticed you haven't really been yourself recently.
Yeah, I feel like something's up.
How are you?
Are you okay?
Is there anything you want to talk about?
I just want to know how you're feeling.
And listen, even if you don't know what to say, I'm here to talk.
No matter what you're going through,
I just want you to know I'm here.
I've got your back. When you want to talk, I'm here.
Baby, you see, you're so right for me, and I'm right for you. I love the things you do, like sweet tasting wine. Your lips are so divine. Your loving turns me on. My lonely days are gone. That's why I'm never gonna let you go. Never gonna let you go. Babe, I'm never gonna let you go. No, no, never gonna let you go. Baby, never gonna let you go. Never gonna let you go. Babe, I'm never gonna.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Never gonna let you go.
Hey guys, it's me, Isabella Gomez, filling in for Smokey Bear because he's got more to say than just,
Only you can prevent wildfires.
like, if you're outside enjoying a barbecue, don't let a hamburger distract you from fire safety. Make sure you aren't dumping your hot coals or ashes onto the ground because that could start a wildfire. So take wildfire prevention seriously and let's save the world one day at a time. Juntos con Smokey Bear, podemos hacerlo. Go to smokeybear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
If you can celebrate Christian McCaffrey having a 1,000 season, if you can celebrate Marshall Faulk, who had a 1,000 season by electing him into the Hall of Fame, then why can't we celebrate the guy who originated the 1,000 season with a Hall of Fame election? I'm talking about the one and only Roger Craig.
If you want some, come get some.
Welcome back to Snowman in the Morning.
Running along an hour number 2 of Snowman in the Morning with Cole Johnson. I am Cole Johnson, joined by Wise at Jefe and by Cool McCain. And I'll get to some stuff in the chat. I love the action in chat. You all are wonderful. Dana says they can say all they want. Barry at 51 could beat Stanton in a home run contest in Florida. That's probably true. Andrew says he is an upcoming star. Talking about, I think you're talking about the Yankees announcer, if I'm not mistaken. 6 says Barry was my guy. Barry was a lot of people's guys, but they're afraid to say it. Ryan says
Barry.
Yeah, I did too, actually. All I'm gonna say is if you get intentionally walked with the bases loaded, you a bad dude. That's all I gotta say. Ryan McCarthy says Ricky Ricardo from the Spanish broadcast also fills in for Mr. Sterling on occasion as well. He's got some smooth, silky pipes. That's a good one, Ryan. Dana says right on, Sig Dicky, greatest I ever saw in person. Nolan Ryan's greatest I ever saw pitch. See, you my man, Dana. That's what I'm talking about because that's how I feel about Ryan too. Dana says, Snowman, we get you, man. I lost 3 people to COVID. I did too. I lost that same amount of people to COVID as well. Andrew says, Ryan Wilco
in 2020, so I get it too.
Yeah. Andrew says, Ryan Wilco always seems to call crazy games too. Wise could back me up there. 6 says, condolences are in order. I've got people who either survived or succumbed to COVID, so I understand. I know we all do. And Drew says, Barry could win 20 years ago. And speaking of which, Drew will join the throng and join the cast here in the 11 o'clock hour, I believe.
4th hour. Yep.
Yeah.
11:05. We'll get Drew Willingham. 6 minutes from now, we get Jay Spivey, and we get to talk about the Panthers.
Oh yeah.
Because the Panthers, I'll set it up, are being sued by the state of South Carolina. Oops.
I don't know. Yeah, I got to hear what Jay's take is on that. But before we get to
I hear all about that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I forgot you were around that area. I totally forgot about that. Cool.
I got boots on the ground. I've had many give their opinion about that.
All right, so before we get to there, let's go back a little bit to the NBA finals. Not necessarily a breakdown because we thoroughly broke it down to the point where no other sports entity,
no other show breaks stuff down the way we do.
Yeah. So I perused social media this weekend and I saw some really
God, I'm sorry.
I mean, I saw not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 instances where I have to drop the hammer because it was a bunch of prisoners of the moment.
Oh boy.
Okay, let's start with the first one. So, of course, Jason Tatum has had his struggles in these NBA Finals / World Championship Series, and I heard somebody on Facebook say, "quote
Oh boy,
Jason Tatum is not a superstar." Close quote.
I only have one response to that. And the response is as follows. Who the hell told this lie?
Rick James also has a response to that.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Man, it sure is.
Jason Tatum, not a superstar. Have you been watching? No. He's been a superstar since 2018. What are you talking about? He's not a superstar. Now, is he a champion? Now, we'll find that out this week, but not a
There
superstar?
was 3 words missing that would make this true.
What are those words, sir?
Those 3 words that would make this true is playing like a.
Now, true. I'll agree. He hasn't at stretches played like a superstar in the playoffs altogether.
Mm-hmm.
Not just final. Now that I agree with, yes. But he isn't altogether. I'm like, no. No, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm doing this all wrong. Bishop.
Woo! Hell no. To the no, no, no. Hell to the no. Hell to the no. To the no, no, no. Listen.
So then I get to the second prisoner of the moment take, which was, quote, Draymond Green is not Hall of Fame worthy. Close quote.
I have nothing to say. I have nothing to say.
And I'm glad you had nothing to say, but Teddy does.
You for real?
In fact, Austin Powers get in on this too.
Right.
This is when you have people who are stuck on stats.
I changed my mind. Give me Dolomite, please.
Bitch, are you for real?
This is what happens when you are stuck on the stat of points. If the stat isn't above 21 points, then obviously the guy is a dud. But I guess you did not look at Dennis Rodman, who is in the hall now.
Mm-hmm.
It's just ridiculous.
And Rodman was nowhere the offensive player that Draymond was.
I guess they didn't look at. I guess they didn't also look at one Bob Lanier.
Right.
Can I get a witness?
And I saw him. That dude was a beast around the boards. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That comment made me want to go I gotta get some coffee.
Oh, I got some more.
I'm probably gonna go get some here in a moment.
There's
to
2
get
more.
ready for Jay Spivey.
Before we go kicking to Jay, I got 2 more. He said there was one who said that
And Rodman is a top 75 player.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Thank
Exactly.
you.
Yes. I got another one. Quote, Stephen Curry is not clutch. Close quote. I will fill it in for you, brother, because I think these will fit beautifully.
Have a Coke and a smile and shut up. You for real? Bitch, are you for real?
You're a stupid dumbass.
And that gets me to the final one, which is, quote, Celtics fans are the worst and most obnoxious fans there are in the NBA.
I will not cuss. 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 I will not swear. I will not yell. I will not cuss. I will not yell. Okay, let's go back. Let's go close it out.
Okay, I was about to say, and that concludes these renditions.
That is definitely a Rick James.
Yes, and that concludes this installment of Prisoner of the Moment. And now we bring on a colleague we haven't had in a while. This is a family member. We don't consider him a friend of the show. We consider him a family member. Welcome, North Carolina's own Jay Spivey.
Gentlemen, good morning.
What's up, Jay?
Glad to be back on, guys.
Glad to hear you, man. This is great to hear you. So, Snowman, what was it that you said that you wanted to introduce Jay to?
The Carolina Panthers are being sued by the state of South Carolina.
Well, first of all, because they should not be in South Carolina.
That's what I was thinking.
Thank you.
Totally asinine.
I always wanted to ask people who lived around that area or who know about that. Why is it that they have the stadium in Charlotte, but they have their practice facility in Rock Hill, which is, of course, across the state border?
Guys, I think all four of you are intelligent enough to understand that it's all about money.
Well, yeah, definitely.
Yep.
It's for tax purposes. It's to somehow create a feeling with the idiots who don't understand as well that the fan base is not really that part of South Carolina or even anywhere else in South Carolina. It's pretty much, from Charlotte to Winston-Salem to Asheville to maybe Raleigh, and that's about it. I mean, I'm sure they get some fans from South Carolina in that region, but it's not many.
Because I always find that to be interesting. I was like, okay, so Charlotte is your home, and I know Charlotte is near the North Carolina-South Carolina border. I understand that. But normally I would figure if you're going to play around there, you're going to practice somewhere near there. And yes, I know Rock Hill is almost a stone's throw from Charlotte, but still, I'm thinking, and I thought this for years. I was like, isn't that going to cause some sort of political wrangling? And here we are almost 30 years later.
Well, the other thing is that I don't know if the players realize this when they sign or even consider signing. It messes up your taxes.
Well, of course it does.
I mean, you're going to have to pay to work in 2 states.
Yep, and that's a big part of the reason why they're being sued.
I don't want to make it sound like the Panthers are the only team that does that, because they're not. I mean, the Jets and Giants both do that. I think the Redskins, the former Commanders do that. And I think there are a few other teams, but
the Patriots might. Yeah.
Well, the Jets are in Jersey now, and I think the Giants also moved their training facility from Albany.
But how much more can the fans take of this team being the way that they are?
Well, as I've told you guys, that you especially, Brian, where I don't think they have a lot of true fans. I think they go there to be seen and to have fun. But I don't think there's a lot of diehard Panthers fans out there.
Has there ever been since their inception?
Probably not. I mean, there's just not, outside of North Carolina, when do you ever see a Panthers fan?
You don't.
That's rare in the NFL
really
these
don't.
days. That is really rare in the NFL these days.
That's a real good question there.
Because with most teams in the NFL, fans travel and they support their team in different places. I've never, ever, ever seen that in my history of watching and now covering the Carolina Panthers. I've never seen that.
Outside of when they play the Falcons, because Atlanta's not far at all
from
Charlotte.
I was just about to say that. The only place would be Atlanta, yeah.
When do you ever see Panthers fans there in any kind of pockets around the stadium?
Yeah, you're right.
Just
about never. Yeah, just about never.
You might see a few here and there, but there's just not a lot of diehard fans.
It's just...
And people accuse me all the time, why don't you watch the Panthers? Well, on a given Sunday, unless it's a single game on Sunday night or a Monday night or a Thursday night or whatever it is, I'm going to watch Red Zone. I'm not going to watch it for a particular team. I don't care about watching the Panthers all day long on a Sunday.
That's
and I live an hour and a half away from the stadium.
That's understandable, considering given that you and I are in the same, all of us in the same field. So yeah, we got to actually look at what all of these teams are doing to get a fair analysis of it all, including our home market teams.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I look at how the history of the Panthers have gone, especially when it comes to the stadium, their stadium, because they started at Clemson, and for a long while, Jay, and you can back me up, there was not a stadium deal in place.
No, I think the Clemson deal was they had the deal in place. They had the deal in place, but Clemson was just there as a place setter.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking that Clemson was a place setter.
Because I actually went down to Clemson to see them play their first year there in existence.
Mm-hmm.
And in Clemson,
Did they feel like did they feel like there were fans there?
Oh, wow.
Back in Clemson?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was the first year, sort of a new thing. So
Yeah.
you could almost throw that a year out in a way.
Mm-hmm.
And Clemson's probably, it's probably at least 2.5 hours away from Charlotte, at least.
Yep, at least.
Oh wow, it is that far? Okay.
And
Clemson's way closer to Atlanta. Clemson's like an hour and a half from Atlanta.
Atlanta, yeah.
From Atlanta.
Closer to Atlanta,
Mhm.
yeah. Oh wow.
And no one shows up to party or tailgate or anything like that for the Panthers. It just seems like.
Well, Brian, outside of our good friend, how many so-called fans of the Panthers do you know?
I don't know any.
Well,
not outside of our so-called good friend who's an actual homer. And Cole, you put something to me.
Oh yes, I did.
Yesterday.
Jay, I saw this.
I'm gonna read this.
I saw this, man. It believe me, I had you in mind. What Brian's about to read you, I had you in mind because I want to hear what you have to say about this.
Okay, let me go ahead and find it because when this was sent to me, I couldn't believe it. All right, open it.
All right, it says, quote,
telling y'all right now, Carolina is about to shock the league. We fixed all of our weaknesses on offense, and with CMC back, we're going to be unbeatable. Our defense was great last year.
Okay.
And now our offense is stepping up.
And a lot of the
there's more,
Panthers
Jay.
fans
There's
also
more.
are fans
Oh,
of
there's
another
more.
team.
There's more. It finishes up. When y'all see, I can't believe I'm going to read this.
Please
14 plus wins in Carolina next year.
Oh my word!
Remember that I called it here. We're finally going to get that ring, and there's nothing y'all can do about it. Close it.
This brings me such joy. Close quote.
Before Jay gets started, before Jay gets started, let me respond to this.
All right.
And I respond, first of all, with a simple, what did you fix?
Exactly. What have they fixed?
Well, he fixed
what the hell have they fixed? They haven't fixed a darn thing.
Brian, when you and I talked 2 weeks ago, I told you they did a pretty good job in the draft. I'll give them that.
Yeah.
But you're going to count on Sam Darnold.
Mm-hmm. Again.
No.
Again.
Oh.
As of right now, Christian McCaffrey is scheduled to play, but he has barely played the last 2 seasons.
Oh,
you're going to count on him.
Oh, I love it. You saying this, Jay.
And you're going to play 17 games this year.
17 games.
I love you saying this, Jay, but this is the topper. So below all of that chatter, it's not a picture of Darnold. It's not a picture of McCaffrey. No, it's a picture of Cam Newton doing the dab.
My God.
Oh, Jesus.
The dude cannot play
I saw
anymore. Why is he still on the roster?
Why is he still in a meme?
Nah, Cam's a free agent.
Well, yeah. But
he still belongs to Carolina as of right now. Why? I mean,
that was a chair and Sunday for me.
Listen, I'm sitting in my living room right now. I don't think he could throw it from one wall to the other in my living room.
Not one wall to the other.
I'm sitting in my office and I'm thinking the same thing.
Listen, he came out the other day. He was on some podcast, and he talked about
again.
He had messed up. First of all,
Really?
in the New England situation, because he felt that he didn't know the playbook, he wasn't ready for that.
Of
And
course.
whose fault was that?
And then
I'll repeat
he
myself.
signs with Carolina, and probably not even 10 days after signing, he's a starting quarterback. So,
of course, when
I'll
you have a
repeat my
new
sentence. Duh. They made that move to put asses in the seats.
Exactly.
When you have something leak out when he was in Foxborough, and it says that the rookie quarterback who has not set foot on the field to throw a pass in the NFL yet could teach you,
knows more,
who are a 10-year veteran, the playbook of the team, that's a problem.
All right, guys. I think I told you this before. Outside of the year they went to the Super Bowl, and he acted like a fool after the game was over. How many good seasons has he had? And I hear so many people who are so-called experts who say he's going to the Hall of Fame. For what?
I have said this. I have said this often. I'll say it again. Cam Newton has probably had. I'll give him a smattering of games here and there, but I would say 10 in his entire career. 10 games, and most of it is that second half stretch in 2015.
Not even his 4,000-yard rookie. Not even his 4,000-yard rookie season did he look good.
Yeah.
And you saw what the Broncos did to him in that game. They destroyed him.
They pummeled
and he has
him.
not been the same since that game.
Yeah,
nope.
and if you thought it was a fluke, 7 months later, they knocked him completely loopy.
Yep,
it's about 2 hours from Charlotte.
He has not been the same since that game in Denver. I mean, Super Bowl 50, all the ballyhoo was about Cam Newton and the Panthers, and the Denver Broncos pulverized him for 60 minutes.
And then
7 months later,
he and the coaching staff and the powers that be of the Panthers and the so-called fans whined that he was getting unfair treatment. No, when you're a running quarterback who plays the way he does with no abandon whatsoever, you're going to get tackled. You're going to get pulverized.
Yes, and you will normally get pulverized.
And the current example that I offer. And the current example that I offer that's going through the same thing right now is Lamar Jackson.
Yes. He's not gonna make it much longer than Robert Griffin III if he keeps up.
Nope.
And Robert Griffin III got pounded.
Don't say that, Jay, because that breaks my heart. Because
I'm
thinking the exact same thing.
It breaks my heart too, but I'll say it again. Part of the fault for Lamar Jackson's lack of progress as a quarterback is on Greg Roman. The other part is on him. Because I'm going to spit some. Let me spit some truth here, okay? And a lot of people are not going to like this. A lot of Ravens fans are not going to like this. But I want y'all, when I say my next sentence, to keep in mind how Lamar rocketed from rookie to MVP, and he's fallen off the map. Lamar Jackson got into the league because of one highlight, and it was at Syracuse when he hurdled a player to get into the end zone for a touchdown.
It was a running touchdown, yeah.
And one game that he had at Louisville when they pummeled Florida State. Now, was he a big part of that game? Absolutely. 500 plus yards of total offense. Let me pose a question to you. Let me pose a question to you, gentlemen. What's Lamar Jackson done since that 500-yard performance against Florida State?
Well, my thing is, what fair or unfair in professional sports, you're defined by your championships. And I understand that's unfair to a lot of people. But he's been the number 1 or number 2 seed alive since he's been that starting quarterback. And they've done absolutely nothing in the playoffs.
Nope.
14?
The answer you will normally hear from someone who backs Lamar Jackson is, well, he's gained 1,000 yards as a quarterback for 3 years.
But you're really hindering your offense. I understand
you're hindering it horribly.
And that's why no receiver wants to go play in Baltimore.
Yeah, that's
exactly.
True.
That's why Hollywood Brown's gone. That's why Hollywood Brown's gone.
Because his first instinct is to pull the ball down and start running.
Yeah.
You can't do that when you're a quarterback in the NFL. You just can't.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct, Jay. That's the one thing I wish.
They've always built their team around their defense and their running game.
That's the
And their
one
running
thing.
game.
That's what they've always been known for.
That's the one thing I would want to get into those who back Lamar. And it's like, yes, it's
But
great.
just when
He's
he has
athletic.
this
And
out- he also had a running game, though.
Yes, it's great that he's athletic and he can do all these things, and that he actually could be at times faster. That he could be faster than most people. But two things. One, that's going to run out soon, if not now, because these defenders will lay into him to where he will be too hurt to do so.
Mm-hmm.
And two, you can scheme against that eventually, which is what we saw before he got injured last year. So
I offer the example of one Colin Kaepernick and Greg who was Colin Kaepernick's offensive.
He's not even on the
coordinator?
roster.
Greg Roman.
Exactly. Who is Lamar Jackson's offensive coordinator now?
One Mr. Greg Roman.
Anybody see any similarities?
And you know this, Jay, because you got a chance to see this for a full decade with Cam Newton. There seems to be a ceiling with these quarterbacks who are dual threats because they seem to rely too much on their athletic ability and not enough on the ability to actually read defenses, break them down, and beat them inside the pocket.
The strange thing is with Newton is that not only did he break down with his legs and feet and knees, he can't throw the ball 5 yards. At least
Sure
some of
can.
these other guys are able to throw the ball.
Look at the game. Look at the game against the Redskins. Look at the game. Look at the game against the Redskins. When he tried to chuck it deep, he came up woefully short.
I believe when he was still with the Patriots, I believe they played Seattle on a Sunday night. He couldn't throw the ball 10 yards.
Yeah.
Nope. And he tried to leap into the end zone and came up 2 yards short on the final play of the game.
And I always wondered why
that sealed the fate, I believe. For me, besides not knowing the playbook, that sealed the fate for Cam Newton as a Patriot, as far as I'm concerned.
And I always wondered why the now current Raiders head coach Josh McDaniels actually game planned the way they did for Cam. And I'm not talking about a lot of running plays. I'm talking about a lot of short passing plays. To mention to your point, Jay, because one of the things because one of those things that was touted about him was that Cam had a cannon of an arm, that he could wing it many yards down the field. And we started to see that wasn't the case.
Well,
we already knew he had actually issues. Now he can't even throw it deep.
In his so-called prime, he could throw it deep downfield, but he was never an accurate passer.
Right.
No.
I mean, he was in the low to mid 50s most of the time. That's not good in the NFL. That is not good.
No.
And a certain homer, former friend of ours, likes to tout the fact that likes to tout his numbers when his numbers
the thing
really
about
haven't
Cam
produced
too.
anything.
Go ahead, Jay.
No, I thought you guys were still talking.
That was cool.
Oh, cool.
Go ahead, cool.
Cam had a lot of really good games against subpar teams.
Yep.
That's a good point. Yeah.
But whenever he faced a good team, he got pulverized.
That's a real good point.
How many times did Cam Newton? Yep. Let me pose this question to Jay, and I know I'm gonna get a smile out of Jay when I say this, and I'm gonna get a smile from the fellas on the panel. How many times did Cam Newton get pulverized by New Orleans?
Oh gosh. And this was after that 2015 run.
How many times did Cam Newton get pulverized by the New Orleans Saints?
I mean, it almost seemed as it was easy for them defensively to go against the Panthers because of that. Because they figured, okay, we'll cut off the running lanes, we'll have him hold the ball, and we'll just tee off on him.
Well, if you can't run the ball as he can't anymore, and you can't throw the ball, what other options does he have?
Right.
He doesn't.
Are you going to hand it off to a wounded McCaffrey who's played hardly any games the last 2 seasons?
And I don't think he's going to play much this year either.
No. Yet I'm the one who gets accused of putting down McCaffrey or the Panthers. When I'm talking about
same here.
He still considers
same
himself,
here with us.
He still considers himself a top 32 quarterbacks.
Both very
Oh yeah,
true.
because
Both
he
very true.
said he
No,
says
he's
they
not.
ain't. I love it when he says there ain't no 32 quarterbacks better than me.
Bull.
But you know what, brother? You're right. They ain't
That's
32.
baloney.
They're 64.
There's
With
64.
the backups.
And the backups on top of the backups.
The
Approaching
backups are
hour
better
number.
than he is.
Yep. Approaching
and
hour
that's
number
not saying
3.
much because the backups are terrible in the NFL these days.
Right.
Exactly.
Because they
That's
don't,
how
they
bad
don't know
he
how to
is.
play the
Before.
position.
As
That's
I
how
told
bad
you
he
guys
is.
before, it is the worst top position in the NFL.
Unfortunately, you're correct.
Mhm.
Outside of the top 8 or 10
Yep.
top quarterbacks.
Unfortunately, you're correct.
Yeah,
How many decent
exactly.
quarterbacks can you
Thanks to
name?
the advent of thanks to the advent of the more athletic QB, you're right. It
Mhm.
is the worst tar. It is the worst tar
Okay,
position.
The
but
Why do you
quarterback
think
position
the Broncos
has
paid a king's ransom for Russell
deteriorated.
Wilson?
Well, what's up, Wise?
Why do
Oh,
you
no, he
think
said
that?
something about
I'm
Russell
sorry.
No,
Wilson.
that was
Go ahead, Jay. Go ahead, Jay.
Why
that
do you
was
think
Jay
the
who
Broncos
said
paid a
why.
king's ransom for Russell Wilson?
Because you got to pay premium for a quarterback.
Because they have not found a quarterback since
Mhm.
Peyton Manning left.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
they sure
Why you think the
haven't.
Jets keep
A pro-
drafting number one quarterbacks? Because everyone they draft,
Paxton Lynch,
Oh, God.
Drew Lock.
Oh,
Mhm.
Hey, listen, Drew Lock got a shot at starting in
Paxton
Seattle, man.
Lynch. Paxton
was-
Lynch.
Oh, I'm sorry, Trevor
Mm.
Simeon. I mean,
Trevor Simeon. And he played.
Don't forget-
And he played at my Northwest. He played with my Northwestern Wildcats. Go
don't
figure.
forget former Wake Forest player who they pulled off the practice squad, Kendall Hinton,
oh,
Mhm.
when they ran out of quarterbacks because of COVID
Oswald,
season before
yeah,
that.
it's a bunch of people.
John, that Gurgle Broncos fan. Forgive me when I say this, bro. John, you played the position. You should know what that position is supposed to look like. Why would you get these players who you pretty much knew before you scouted them?
Hollywood Brown didn't even want to stay there.
They won't
Mhm.
do
Hollywood
anything
Brown
in
didn't even
NFL.
want to stay there.
That to me is just the most mind-boggling thing
crazy.
to me.
It's so asinine. All right, we're about to hit hour number 3. Jay Spivey joining us here on the program. Jay, always a pleasure, my friend. We look forward to having you back each and every Monday morning.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a great week.
You too, Jay. It's a
Have
pleasure
a
to see you
great-
again, man.
Have a great week. Jay Spivey joining us as we are now at hour number 3. I'm going to let Cole take the EP duties and set us up for hour number 3. Joshua Jackson at 10:05, and then to kick off hour number 4, Drew Willingham at 11:05. But we're inside hour number 3. This is Snowman in the Morning, live on BS3 TV as well as YouTube, listening over RealWise Radio and the SDM Sports Network, and 24 hours a day at officialsitmorn.com. Here's our reset.
I can't do it. We'll do it live. Do it live! I'll write it and we'll do it live!
Mister, will you please wake up?
Kelly's one-strike pitch. Swinging a fly ball, center field deep. Bellinger going back to the warning track, to the wall. It's a grand slam! Howie Kendrick has done it! They're going crazy in the Nationals dugout! Howie Kendrick with a grand slam here in the 10th inning of Game 5. The Nationals 7, the Dodgers 3. Do you believe it?
This is Snowman in the Morning.
Hey, this promises to be fun.
Oh, yeah.
Can't wait. Are you kidding me? Do you believe it?
Dave Jagler bringing us into hour number 3, of course, with that call of Howie Kendrick's grand slam. That was from 2019 against the Dodgers. We already had fun talking about the Dodgers. Full house today as we await Joshua Jackson in the next 5 minutes. And I want to give the floor to Cole, because I think he had, you know what, Cole, why don't you take us through the chat while we wait for
Yes, what I'm going to do.
Joshua to dial
That's
in.
exactly what I was going to do. Yeah, I want to show love to the fans out in the chat because you all are coming with some thunder. I love this right here. That critical Broncos fan, he comes with some heat with the NFL stuff. I love you, John. He says, Panthers as an NFL team being sued? Where have we heard this before?
Oh, yeah.
Listen, this lawsuit.
Oh, yeah.
You have someone suing the Jets and the Giants to take New York off their name.
Oh, God, that was hilarious to me. I tried to
That
introduce,
was so funny.
dude. I tried to introduce that as a topic. I laughed. I couldn't say anything because I thought that was hilarious.
You got
Nope.
UC
Nope.
added to the Deshaun Watson cases.
Ryan Flores,
God.
John Gruden, the Washington Commanders.
Mhm.
I mean, the NFL's finning off suit after suit after suit.
And Roger
Couldn't
Goodell
have-
is sitting
have
back,
some,
letting it all happen to the Shield.
Mhm. Yep. Sick ass Drew, you a guitarist or a bassist? Let me see. That critical Broncos fan says, is it fraud from Tepper's hire of Rhett Rule being a good head coach? No, it's not fraud. It's just ridiculous. Drew says he's a retired bassist. I guess we might hear about that in the next hour. Play for keeps these days, chasing other dreams. Six says there's always someone looking to fix their mouths, thumbs, fingers to say something stupid. Ryan says, thank you. Ryan says, thank you, and I appreciate you for this statement, Ryan. He says, thank you, Cole, for doom scrolling through social media for the benefit of the show. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten. Thank you, sir.
No.
Thank you, sir.
It won't.
Six says, Cole, these fools nowadays are messing. They're messing on these other on some other mess. They don't mess with cocaine. Is that the truth? That critical Broncos fan says the person in the moment can make a flesh weak. True, 100% true on that.
Oh God, yes.
Dana says some of those people making comments like that are projecting their own low self-esteem on the others. That'd be $5. Six says, Drew, I've always wanted to play bass. Only I can play left-handed. Well, you got Paul McCartney who played bass and he's left-handed too. Dana says Harley, 2004 Mouse of the Palace. Enough said about worse fans. Yeah, I agree with that, Dana. Drew says they make left-handed guitars, kind of like the left-handed Catcher Smith. It's rare and it costs a little more. I forgot about the left-handed Catcher Smith. You're right about that. That critical Broncos fan says, "Oh, I was so hoping for the Matt Rule good coach fraud."
I'm still hoping for that.
But, I mean, hey, look, they went from 3-0 to nothing in a heartbeat. I mean, what else do we need to say? Six says, wait, aren't the Panthers called the Carolina Panthers? Yes, they are, sir. As in represent both states, just like the Hurricanes in the NHL. You're correct, sir. They are called Carolina Panthers,
Listen,
not North Carolina Panthers. Diddy? I'm sorry.
Living in Charlotte,
Mm-hmm.
Matt Rule is like reviled.
He's reviled. I would figure he would be.
I think my nephew who lives in Charlotte is and my brother. I think they don't like the coach either. They don't like the direction this franchise is headed.
I don't blame him. I wouldn't like the direction either. Because they went nowhere.
There is no
before
direction.
Rule got there.
I was just
saying,
man, just reviled. They cannot.
Look, I'm not
stand
saying
Matt
I'm
Rule
just
here. In Charlotte, they just
They
cannot.
I'm not saying. I'm just saying they can't stand Matt Rule. They can't stand him.
That critical Broncos fan says the
I don't know
Giants
anyone that
and
likes
Jets
the
can go
coach.
back to New York. Yeah. Oh Lord. Oh yeah. And we did earlier mention the suit of I forgot what borough he lives on, saying that they should play in New York, the state of New York, and not
about
New
to be on their hot seat too.
Yeah, he is.
He should be, but of course he owns the team, so he
We'll
won't.
put that later in the week.
Definitely. Ryan says the Jets practice facility in Florham Park and the Giants practice facility is in East Rutherford. I remember when the Giants had their training camp in Albany. I do too, actually.
That wasn't that long ago.
Yeah.
And the Jets practiced out in Hofstra.
And they practiced out in Hofstra. Didn't they also are they still out in Hempstead or did they practice?
No, they're in Jersey. They're in Florham Park.
Okay. All right. That critical Broncos fan says, like the Chargers fans at their stadium rarity, talking about the proliferation or lack thereof of Panthers fan. Yes, and I'll say it for you. San Diego, that's where you belong. Go back.
San Diego Chargers.
That critical Broncos fan also says there are Panthers fans that bash me for predicting them as bottom feeders in the last 3 years. Not a lot of complaints since. Well, because you were right. You look, John. You know the phrase "hit dogs holler." That's what happened. Ryan says, yes, they played at Clemson for the first season, talking about the Panthers, while their stadium in Charlotte was being constructed. Right. Dana says, good point about taxes. The Carolinas should have a reciprocity agreement in place stating only state work performed, for example, games, can withhold payroll taxes. But if there's a CBA, it gets complicated. There is one, and it is complicated. You're correct, Dana.
It's huge.
Dad Croker Broncos fan says, darn, cool looked like Darnold seeing ghosts after hearing that 14 wins for the Panthers.
And to think that was caught live.
That was, but that's true. I loved it. Drew says Cam's a free agent. Yes. Yeah, I figured he was.
Is Cam seeing ghosts? Is Cam seeing ghosts?
Listen, Cam needs keep doing those podcasts, Cam.
That critical Broncos fan says Cam Newton believing he's better than 32 QBs. Rick, you believe that he's better than 30 QBs?
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. That's what I thought. He also says Panthers had the biggest win-loss improvement and downfall from 2014 to 2016, from +8 to 2014 to 2015.
That was
and
a
-9
shock
from 2015 to 2016.
Me. That was a complete shock.
That they were basically like a 1 year. Oh, that it was a 1 year wonder. John says the Ravens aren't known for being a good wide receiver development team. It's undeveloped rookies or vets on their last leg. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the best receiver they've had is Anquan Bolden. That should tell you something.
That should tell you everything. And this is
John
after he
said,
had a record-setting. This is after he had a record-setting year with San Francisco.
That critical Broncos fan come in with more heat, saying Greg Roman in Buffalo was a mediocre team with Tyrod Taylor, like the 49ers were in the like the 49ers were great in the run game and awful in the passing game. He says, "Oh, and he was talking about how many, I forgot how many. What was the question?
The quarterbacks
how many
on the Broncos.
Was that
quarterbacks on the Broncos?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. How many quarterbacks did Elway bring into the team
since
that just didn't pan out?
There's so many things you can say about the Panthers and be like, they're the lower part.
Yeah.
He also so many things you can say about them. They just got to be better.
John says, I also know that Shaq Barrett in 2019 stopped Cam Newton with about 3 sacks. Yeah, that's about right in week 2. Yeah. I mean, it's just, yeah. He also said Shaq Barrett was a former Bronco also, which made it even more ironic. He said the list of Broncos QBs gives me a lot of scars. It gives me scars, and I'm not a fan of theirs. He says, I would have been pissed if we got Russell and Fangio was our head coach. I would have been upset for him. Because Russell Wilson wouldn't have been able to do jack on that team. Drew Willingham, Jack 6 says, Drew, I've seen that on a few websites talking about, I think, lieutenant basis. Ryan says the Jets tried to build a stadium on the west side. I remember that in the rail yards. It would have doubled as an Olympic stadium, but the state of New York and Jimmy Dolan said, and all you got to say to me is Jimmy Dolan. You need not.
Y'all see the look on
further.
Y'all see the look on my face, don't you?
All you need to say is Jimmy Dolan.
Oh,
that's all you need to say.
Stop it. Stop saying that name, man. Stop it.
All you need
he is the reason why my Knicks are horrible. It's
sorry.
his fault.
I'm sorry.
That's like that's like NBC going from Drew. Listen, that's like NBC going from Drew Brees to Jason Garrett.
I 100% agree with you, Wise. Yeah.
And he was the reason
that dude is such an albatross, didn't he?
And he was the reason there was the Clippers were having the issues in LA for him because
he owns
when it built over there.
Yeah,
because he had the LA for or whatever it was.
Yeah, he owns the farm. Yeah, he owns the farm. Yeah.
I guess they settled it and that they might have bought it off from. I don't know. He needs to sell the Knicks though and the Rangers, even though He's let
He
the
owns
Rangers.
the Rangers too. I did not know that. Wow.
Yes, he does.
He owns the Garden.
Yes, he does.
Well, I know he owns the Garden, but I didn't know he owns the
He owns the
Knicks,
Rangers.
too. I mean,
Yes.
Rangers too. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
And he sold off
It's a
the Liberty
monopoly.
to the guy in Brooklyn.
He sold what to the guy in
Figure
Brooklyn?
that one
He
out.
sold the Liberty to the guy in Brooklyn.
Oh, sold the Liberty, the guy in Brooklyn. Oh, okay. Wow. I did not know he owned that many teams. Okay. Six says that's why the Richard Kings of Comedy, Steve Harvey, scolded the Charlotte audience with your country.
How y'all doing with y'all
glad you
country
got a
ass?
football team.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. Data says I'm kind of an oddball. I worked 20 years in finance, taxes, and pension, then 15 as a long haul truck driver. No, that doesn't make you oddball. It just makes you well versed. He is. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Six says, nah, Dana, you're actually multifaceted. Thank you. That's another word I would use. That critical Broncos fan coming with more heat. He says, man, talk about Cam getting sacked by the Saints more than I can count. It's the Saints beating up on Cam. Data says, man, sick. You's a funny brother. You's a funny brother. Ryan says, Dolan is the reason why I don't root for the Knicks or the Rangers. He got scared of an NFL stadium, not realizing he could have made bank by MSG hosting Olympic boxing.
Billions.
He could. Well, he already
billions,
but he
right by the boards.
He just needs to sell.
Billions.
He just needs to sell.
Mm-hmm.
John, that critical Broncos fan says, I need to hear the clip on Light Switch commercial when Jason Garrett is live. Actually, I would settle for the clapper. That would be hilarious to me. That would be hilarious to me. Oh my gosh. Whew, Lord. But yeah, let's go ahead, Wise.
Oh no, go ahead. What you gonna touch on now?
Well, you almost had me thinking hard on James Dolan, but I'm not going to talk about him anymore because
Hey, can we talk about what me and Cool got coming up?
Let's do that now. I was going to say, there's been talk last week. We saw in the chat that you all were in cahoots and trying to build up an NFC East show. So please talk further.
Well, it's a bunch of us from the chat, like you said. A bunch of us are NFC East fans. Our teams live in the NFC East, and we just decided to come together and come get the show together. And we've got some great people coming working with us, man. We got Sam, Ben, the other gentleman that's with us. He's not part of the audience space, but we will make him one. So
we'll make him one. All right, so that's Sam Shady of the Shady Sports Network. You see him every Friday at 8:35 Eastern. Cool, of course. Both of them are Eagles fans, as you can tell with the colors. We're cool. You have, of course, Wise El Jefe. He, of course, is New York to the heart. Got love for all. Shout out to you, Peter Guns. He is a Giants fan. So all right. So I believe you also have Ben.
Jason Garrett. Unbelievable. Unfreaking
Ben Sutherland the third, who of course is the owner, the manipulator, and the operator of the BS3 network, who is a Cowboys fan. You said you have a Commanders fan too now. Okay.
Yes.
I'm all ears.
I don't know who the Commander fan is. We just met him. I just met him.
I think you are muted. Cool.
I can't hear you, Cool. We have the Commanders fan. Then, like you said, Ben, who's in Eagles. Yes. And is everybody freezing up? Or is it just me?
Coach.
There we go. Now I can hear you.
There we go.
Go ahead, Cool.
I hate modern technology.
Yeah.
But this is the thing when you go live, man. This happens. Technically, difficulties happen.
I know. And trying to fix the audio feeds here. I think we got everybody back. Joshua Jackson's supposed to be here.
Yeah.
He was supposed to be here at 10:05. So
Yeah,
what we're gonna
at-
do is let's take a. You got any more comments to get out there?
I got a few, but we were actually talking about the NFC East show that Cool and Wise are a part of. They're setting up, and yeah, we're
Okay.
just talking about that. And yeah, I'm gonna get to the chats before
Yes,
we go
sir.
to break.
We do. His name is Chris Powell. He goes by
Chris Powell. Okay.
Couch Coach.
I
man.
know
He's
him.
a great
I know him.
Okay.
He's
guy.
a good dude.
I've been on this show several times. Knows his stuff. Very entertaining. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
maybe.
Nice. Okay. Well, heck,
I love that.
you all might actually have me getting interested in the NFC East.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we'll get you beautifully, bro.
Well, we're gonna give you
hear
the
me?
title we've kind of decided on.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, we can hear you, bro. Can you hear us?
I think he's on delay.
Okay.
He might be.
I was saying,
Yeah.
his couch. He goes by Couch Coach. He's a really good friend of mine, as a matter of fact. Knows a lot about the Commanders and all that good stuff.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, wow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so you
Yeah,
said
I
you all
still
decide on the
call them
title?
the
Well,
Redskins.
we're going with the NFC Beast. So
NFC
playing on the
Beast.
East, NFC Beast. Yes, we
Okay.
feel like this
Okay.
is going to be one of the top.
NFC
Conference.
Beast. Okay,
We're
so
feeling that it's going to be one of the top conferences in the division. Everybody's excited about their team.
NFC Beast. Okay.
Yes, they play on the East.
I
Yes.
like
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
I like it.
I like it too. Yeah. So when is it going to debut? Do you all know?
Right, probably. We're working on it. I think we've already selected a time and day.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't picked the exact launch date, but we're working on it, and that's this way it gives everybody time to start getting their things in order, start getting their stats and all their information together. But it'll probably right before the season starts, or right when preseason starts. We'll start getting into it.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. All right. Let's take a break. Let's take a break.
Still on delay.
Before we do, let's go to chat. 6 says Red Fox needs to call Jason Dolan right now, or something right now. Oh, you mean he needs to call him?
You big dummy.
Yeah, I figured that's what he needs to be called, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He says, "Oh, clap on the light switch." Oh, yeah, clapper.
Yes.
BS3 Network
Yes.
says, "Good morning, Cole. Why is Cool and Snowman? Good morning to you, Ben.
Good
All
morning.
those
Good
BS3
morning.
Network. Says good morning to the chat. BS3 also says, looking forward to the NFC East show. Go Cowboys. Ryan says, gotta head out, gentlemen. Good Monday to all the panel. And good
Later,
to
Ryan.
everyone watching. Ryan, it's a pleasure.
See
as
you later,
always.
Ryan.
Yeah,
Have a
just
great
running-
day.
Have a wonderful day. Good morning to the BS3 fam. Just say it says sick. Same thing back from BS3. And it says BS3 is sitting behind the desk, says sick, like the kingpin at the moment. And Ben says,
That's
actually,
what
yes,
I'm
I
doing.
am. And BS3 Network 6 says, are you puffing on a cigar? Oh Lord, you mean I won't go there. All right, so
Like
yes,
Kingpin from Daredevil.
yeah, thank you, Kingpin. I couldn't even think, from Daredevil.
Got those.
All right, so we will take a break. We're due to have a mic to mic segment with Joshua Jackson. Hopefully, we do get that. But you are watching Snowman in the Morning with Cole Johnson. We're joined by Cool McCain and YSL Jefe. We'll be back right after this.
This is Snowman in the Morning.
Listen, you're my friend.
I noticed you haven't really been yourself recently.
Yeah, I feel like something's up.
How are you?
Are you okay?
Is there anything you want to talk about?
I just want to know how you're feeling.
And listen, even if you don't know what to say, I'm here to talk.
No matter what you're going through,
I just want you to know I'm here.
I've got your back. When you want to talk, I'm here.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys, it's me, Isabella Gomez, filling in for Smokey Bear because he's got more to say than just...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Like, if you're outside enjoying a barbecue, don't let a hamburger distract you from fire safety. Make sure you aren't dumping your hot coals or ashes onto the ground because that could start a wildfire. So take wildfire prevention seriously and let's save the world one day at a time. Juntos con Smokey Bear, podemos hacerlo. Go to smokeybear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
Mister, how do you operate this Twitter thing or this Instagram thing or whatever the heck? You're supposed to know all this stuff. Anyway, welcome back to the show.
All right, Dr. K, you operate this Twitter thing or this Instagram thing by going to official SIT Morn. That is official SIT Morn. Back at it, hour number 3 of Snowman in the Morning with Cole Johnson. Cole here, Cole on the bottom, Cole McCain. To the left of me is Wise El Jefe. And, of course, Snowman will join us momentarily. So, I think I'll introduce this. So, Kenny Smith. Yes, this thing, Kenny Smith, the one who is 1/4 of Inside the NBA on TNT, to me, the best basketball program on the planet, without question. Not necessarily just because of him, but because of other elements as well. He was asked on the podcast if he felt as though that the 94 or 95 Rockets could beat the 91, 92, 93 Bulls. Of course, the Jet felt confident in that. And he went on to say the following. Quote, Mike's still the best player in the world I've ever seen, but that means you would have had to win 8 championships in a row. He's not going to win 8 in a row. He's not. No one's done it in the modern era. He wouldn't have done that. Secondly, there was no Horace Grant. He left. Then they became way too small. And he, of course, he joined the Magic in 1984 via free agency. He said in the regular season, we went 5-1 against them with Jordan in 91 and 93. They never beat us in the regular season. We used to go to Chicago, smack them, come back to Houston, smack them up. BJ Armstrong and John Paxson, and those guys were good, but they were too slow for us on the perimeter. And Bill Wennington and the big guys couldn't guard a king. They were too little. That's why Shaq got them. When he came back, it wasn't that he was coming back from baseball. It was that they were too little to guard Shaq. They lost to a team 4-2 that we swept. We swept Shaq and them. So no, they would not have beaten us. If I didn't come in there and I didn't, and I'm not splashing you threes, Sam Cassell's coming out in there and hitting you 25, or Robert Horry was the new Scottie Pippen then. He wasn't just standing outside. He was handling the ball, flying through the air. Then Clyde, nah, they wouldn't have beaten us. They were just too little, and they wouldn't have won 8 in a row. We would have beat their close quote. Now, I believe he said this on the All the Smoke podcast, I think. The one, of course, that Matt Barnes and Stephen Jackson hosts. Good show, by the way, actually. So what are your thoughts, gentlemen? Do you think that this is much ado about nothing, or do you think Kenny Smith has a point? Either one can begin. Doesn't matter.
I think personally, he might have a point. Like what that, and listen, that team, lacking Horace Grant. This is before they got Rodman to replace Horace Grant.
Right.
So you're missing Horace Grant, one of your key components to those titles.
Mm-hmm.
What center is guarding Olajuwon? Who on that roster is guarding Olajuwon?
Right.
You gave up Cassell in the Drexler trade, right?
No, Cassell was there.
He was there. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But you keep it. Yeah. Then you add Drexler. He balances out Mike.
Right.
A young Robert Ory,
mm-hmm.
who was hitting big shots then as well.
Mm-hmm. Gave up Otis Thorpe in the trade.
Yes, that's all right. So yeah, you gave up Otis, which wasn't really missing much because you got Olajuwon. But it just wasn't matchup wise. I agree with what he said. It wasn't the matchup wise. They were faster. But again, who knows? Like you're speaking hypothetically. I feel Houston would have probably won. I feel we should have won 94, but that's okay. It's all right, John. I forgive you, John.
I didn't even mention the 1994 NBA Finals, which is one of my favorites, by the way. I was in my high school prom, and every guy was in the bathroom listening to the Knicks game. Seriously, like that game where he was shooting and we were all in the bathroom. Our dates were probably upset. But this is the Knicks in the NBA Finals, and we have our senior prom going on, and we're like, oh man. I can understand it. I mean, it's the first time in 21 years that the Knicks were in the finals. So I got that. Yeah. I got that.
So that's why I will always remember that series because of that's it. But
yeah,
I kind of agree with what he said. That Houston team was good.
They were. They were.
Well, for me,
cool.
When I think about it, I'll simply say this. You got to think, if Michael Jordan didn't leave, they would have got someone else to come in because it's Michael Jordan. Someone else would have came to play with Michael Jordan if it wasn't Rodman. They would have added another piece. And yeah, when you look on paper, you talk about, this matchup is this matchup is that, this matchup is this. But when you get a guy like Michael Jeffrey Jordan in the finals, and you give him an opportunity to be that guy, when you give him an opportunity to smell blood in the water, never went to game 7, always closed it out. Mike was going to make a way to make it happen. Now, would it have been a competitive series? Absolutely. But I just can't buy that Michael Jordan would have lost to the Houston team in the finals. I'm not saying that it wouldn't have been close, and it might would have been the first time he had to go to a game 7 in those two back-to-back Houston wins. But to come out and say there's no way that you would have lost to Michael Jordan in the finals, Kenny Smith, you might need to stop. You might need to put down a little bit of that sweet Mary Jane that you're smoking on the low.
Are you saying that Kenny Smith needs to not do this anymore?
So good.
I love you guys setting that up beautifully for me. Okay.
Yes, I am.
All right. I will pose this question to you, Mr. Snowman. All right. So Kenny Smith, 1/4 of the Inside NBA. He was on All That Smoke podcast, the one with Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson. And to suffice it and put it in the bow and be short with it, he basically said that then forget that. All right. 6 says, why is nobody need to see Patrick on the Wheaties box?
Hey, Sig, that's a good one. That's a good one.
That is a good one. BS3 says he's not smoking a cigar yet. Oh,
just
at the
because I'm
test.
not on camera don't mean I don't hear y'all. I hear y'all.
I knew you were still here.
I hear y'all.
Oh,
I ain't sick.
God.
I thought we was boys, man. Just stab me in the back some more.
Six
Go
says,
ahead,
speaking of
buddy.
cigars, Charles Barkley Jr. better have the stogies when he comes on the show because I need my coffee.
Now, you see, it's the A's go before the W, brother.
Six says also. See, you got him back. Look at that. Six said Scottie Pippen had to fill the void by Jordan. Kukoc had to step up, but it wasn't enough. Why? Sick also says we can hear you, Snowman. BS3 says great hypothetical match. I give the advantage to Chicago with MJ. All right, I will reset this for you, sir. So Kenny Smith of Inside the NBA said on the All the Smoke podcast with Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson that he feels as though that his Rockets team with the 94-95 variety could have beaten the Bulls 91 and 93. And actually, he basically said that he said he feels as though he would that we quote we would have beaten they behinds, close quote. Your thoughts, sir? I guess he still is having to. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Fire away, sir. Fire away, sir.
I love you, Cole, but no. I mean, you got the ultimate competitor in MJ, period. You want to talk about an advantage? There's your advantage, number 23. And plus, I mean, not to say that the Rockets didn't trust each other, and you know I love Akeem Olajuwon. Olajuwon is the great equalizer. But down the stretch, it would have been mano a mano with MJ versus Olajuwon, and I think MJ would have. A lot of people say this about LeBron, but he doesn't do it. But MJ does. Made the right play. He'd have made the correct plays, and I wouldn't be surprised if that series went the distance. I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, well here's my answer. My answer is yes and no, because I believe if they were to have played in 94-95, those two teams would have split.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why I say that is the only person that you could say defended Jordan as well as Joe Dumars would be Vernon Maxwell. But we are talking, like you said, the greatest competitor in the game. And even with them, he averaged about 30 points against them.
Right.
It just meant he averaged 30 against them versus 35 and 40 against others. Now, in my opinion, I think the size advantage would have been to the favor of the Rockets. And I think they would have beaten the Bulls in 94. That's my opinion.
Right.
In 95, when you did not have that advantage, I think the Bulls would have gotten them. And I say that even knowing that the 95 team, to me, had the best playoff run that I've ever seen. Because if those of you who don't know, they were the number 6 seed, the Rockets were. They had to beat 259 win teams, 160 win team, and 162 win team in order to win the championship. They had more veteran experience there, but I think, in my humble opinion and estimation, I think the Bulls probably would have gotten them in 95 if Jordan kept playing.
Yeah.
I really believe that.
Yeah.
Now, the way Jordan was, if that Chicago Bulls team met up with the 95 Rockets team, I think the Rockets would have gotten them just because Jordan just wasn't himself like he was the very next year. But I see it's going to be a split. That's what I would say.
Yeah, I agree with that.
No split. MJ.
Look, and look, and I say this, and Brian knows this. I say this with having the utmost respect for Michael Jordan. Greatest player I've ever seen, greatest player I've ever laid eyes on. But even Jordan said this about Akeem. Quote, "We have no answer for the big fella."
Yep.
Close quote.
Oh, Nicole, don't get me wrong. There's no doubt about that. There was never a situation where you're going to have an answer for Hakeem on that team.
But you have to pay so much attention to Michael Jordan.
Yeah, and the opposite is true too.
During
They
his
never
era in his prime,
right?
Yeah. So you couldn't guard it with one player. So as long as you had guys like Paxson, even Pippen, Longley,
BJ
you had other
Armstrong.
guys that could make buckets. BJ Armstrong, guys that can make shots in those specific moments where they were needed. Because MJ is going to give you 30 to 40 against Houston, right? He was going to give you 30 to 40 almost every game. So if he can get the needed shots from the other guys, that attention paid to him, giving guys an opportunity to have easier buckets, I think they could have got him. Now, it would have been tight, but I believe the Jordan difference, the Jordan effect, I call it. I believe the Jordan effect, they would have won, but it would have been the most challenging championships in their run for sure.
I agree. I don't think they faced a team as challenging for them as the Rockets would have been. I totally agree there.
But Kenny, to put that down, though, Kenny. Well, at least don't do it before you go on podcast. Don't do it before you go on podcast. You're a grown man, you do what you want, but don't do it before you go on podcast, bro.
6 said Ahmad Rashad would be looking at Kenyon Smith and ask, "Why'd you have to piss him off?"
Now,
also says,
"I'm Kenny got to play Michael Jordan 1-on-1 every time they see each other at UNC."
It'd be like 10-0. I'm sorry. 6 says, "I'm sure Phil Jackson would have found a way to take Akeem out the game." That's the thing. He tried, but he just couldn't. Until they got Rodman, he just couldn't take Akeem out the game. He tried. I mean, basically, he had 18 fouls, and all of them were used up. And Akeem would still have his points. That was the problem. Oh, and also Jordan said that I won't say he was scared of Maxwell, but he said that Maxwell was crazy, and that he had to look at him because he would do things that most other defenders wouldn't. That critical Broncos fan says, just asking, was the 90s NBA more on team or individualism when it comes to title contenders? The 90s were the decade where you started to see the turn toward what we're seeing now, when you actually we're starting to hear people talk about, can this guy and whatever team he's playing on beat this guy and the team he's playing on? We started to hear a lot more of that in the 90s, but you still had the team consciousness in terms of how the sport was promoted and how the sport was broadcasted, because you still had broadcasters who kept saying, well, yeah, this guy is something. This guy is a match. This guy is a difference maker, but he needs to have his teammates to help the team get over the hump. So you still heard that, but the 90s was when you started to hear a lot of the Gladys Knight and the Pips, or Patti LaBelle and good Lord, LaBelle. A
whole lot of Batman and Robin started to come about in the 90s. Yeah, you started to get Batman and Robin. You had to have Batman and Robin to win.
It sort of began in the 80s with Bird and with Magic, but it was that one. It was more commercial than anything, because it was still more the Lakers versus the Celtics. But you started to see that tide turn in the mid 80s when we started to see Michael Jordan do those commercials.
But if you look at it, right, a lot of those teams were built together. Like, they weren't. It's not like how now with free agency and the way people are just jumping from team to team.
Yep.
For the most part,
there was loyalty.
It was core groups built. Like Bird was a key component that was drafted by the Celtics.
Right.
Yeah,
and he built the team around him. Right.
Yes. And same thing with the Lakers. Yes, you added Kareem. You added Kareem. Yes, but you also had homegrown talent, Magic.
Right.
Worthy.
Magic.
Yep.
Scott and
for the
Michael
most
Cooper.
part,
Yes.
And for the most part, in the 80s, there was loyalty.
Yeah.
Lots of loyalty.
And you weren't hanging out after the game.
Yeah.
Right.
And to me, that's what made the Bulls in the 90s successful, because they had that old school feel of loyalty.
Yeah, play the same AU teams.
Yeah, but you started to see the tide turn, and this wasn't really Jordan's doing or the Bulls doing. This was really just how the NBA wanted to market the game. The tide turned toward okay, you must focus on this guy.
Right.
You know, and that's what happened. And then you started seeing 2000s where we didn't focus as much on the Lakers as we did on Shaq and Kobe.
But that's why the Spurs were an anomaly.
And that's why the Spurs, and that's what the Spurs were. That's why the Spurs had a nasty taste in most people's mouths because they weren't sexy. They weren't exciting.
They
right.
were
a collection
old
of
school
talent.
basketball.
They played team basketball. It was boring to a lot of people because they played together as a team. The same can be said about today's Golden State Warriors. They play together as a team. You know, the focus is on the Splash Brothers, Steph and Clay, and to a point, Draymond Green. But none of them care who gets the shine as long as they're the last team standing in June.
Yeah, and so that's a real good question, John.
And that's why you and me, Cole, have touched on this. That's why we love the Memphis Grizzlies.
Oh, yes, because they play like a collection of
basketball.
They play
even
like
though they have a superstar in John Morant, they play team basketball.
And that's the key. That's the key, playing team basketball.
And on top of it, and I'm glad you mentioned the Warriors too with that, Brian. On top of it, same thing with Morant. You actually have with the Warriors and the Grizzlies respectively, you have the number one player on the team buy into the team concept more than the rest of the team does.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that helps elevate a team even further.
Yeah, when your superstar doesn't consider himself the superstar, he just considers himself one of the guys.
One of the guys, yeah.
Two other guys that do that same thing: Nikola Jokic and Giannis Antetokounmpo. Those are two other guys. Team first.
Man, I know you're a Nuggets fan. I so feel for Nikola. I do, man. Because
you know what? It's going to improve when they do get the players that they're missing.
Oh, yeah. That
team is going to be
coming for the championship next year.
I feel for Nikola because, man, he's been shooting some bazookas these last couple of years. He has been funky in the post, and he has shown that you could be a big man and still just do some big things in this league. And people want to hate on.
He don't have to be super athletic because he's not a super athletic player.
Right. And people want to hate on him,
but he's not super athletic.
And people want to hate on him and throw shade at him because they're saying, well, he don't deserve the MVP. Embiid does for this year.
Yes, he does.
I'm like, no,
yes,
Nikola deserves that because look at what he didn't play with.
Bro, how do you have a better season than your MVP season? Right?
And he got better, yes.
How do you have a better MVP season than your MVP and not win the MVP? I understand.
The narrative was,
I get it.
The narrative was for the longest time, Joel Embiid is finally going to get his shine. He's finally going to be the MVP.
That was sick.
And then March happened. And then March happened, and then a trade happened that sent James Harden from the Brooklyn Mess to Philadelphia. And the first thing I said after that happened was James Harden just took Joel Embiid's MVP chances away.
You know, and I said this. Yeah, two things to me about Jokic. One, that MVP season of last year was great, but he played even better this year than he did last year.
He sure did,
and he did it without two of his
main players.
I mean, he only had Michael Porter Jr. for 9 games, didn't have Jamal Murray at all.
Not a single.
And the dude
he still got MVP.
Gave people that work. Still.
And did
something
one has ever
Jokic
done.
got great. You know when Jokic got great? When he lost weight.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That's when he got great, when he lost weight.
Yeah. And to your point about Giannis, that's one of the reasons why I love that brother, because he could be, look, there really isn't anybody as talented as me, but he isn't about that at all. He's about, I know I got some talents, but I know you all do too. We're going to do this together. And that is what has always endeared me to Giannis, because he never believed he was the man. He always believed he was was going to be the best version of himself he could be, and that his best version of himself was going to lift others to be the best version of themselves.
Correct.
That's the type of elite player I love to have on a team.
Absolutely.
And that's the kind of elite player that Giannis is.
Yes, not one where he's concerned with just 38-6, and he says, "Well, yeah, I'm the best player here." The stats. That doesn't.
Where have we seen that before?
Yeah, that doesn't do jack if you don't even stiff the playing round. I mean,
I knew Snowman was about to hit that.
Yeah.
Yep. Where have we seen that before? Many, many times over. We saw it at the tail end of this season. At the tail end of this season, you know, everybody was making the argument. Everybody was making the argument or lauding, you know who, for going for a scoring title when he couldn't even play. And everybody's going, well, how great would it be to have you know who win the scoring title?
And
who gives a look at their team?
And he ultimately couldn't qualify for it. That is what made it even beautiful, but more beautiful. BS3 Network says Robin versus King would have been a great matchup. Yeah, it would have been.
Yeah, it would have.
It would have been a really good matchup. Six says, what were the matchups between the Admiral and the Dream like in the Ninth? Let me tell you.
Those are some great.
Let me tell you how it was, Six. Because I had a front row seat. I literally had a front row seat to watch.
That was some of the best.
You had a guy.
Yeah, it was.
You had a guy who, yes, at 7 feet, he was tall, but the dude moved like a gazelle. I mean, he almost
that dream shake.
Power forwards couldn't guard Robinson. He was that fast. You almost had to have small forwards guard him, and he could take advantage of the height. That was how big of a beast the Admiral was. And then you had Olajuwon, who, in my opinion,
had the dream shake.
Yes,
his footwork.
No big man in the history of the game has had the footwork Olajuwon's had.
No.
And it didn't matter what type of center you were. You could be the beast like Shaq.
Yep.
You could be the lunch pail guy like Ewing. You could be the gazelle like Robinson. You could be just the blocking machine like Mark Eaton. You could have been the turnaround jump shooter like Rich Smits. It didn't matter what type of center you were. Everybody got that word from McCain.
Yeah.
But
the Juniors got that work as well.
The footwork was off the charts for Olajuwon, and he improved that right before our eyes against Louisville at the University of Houston.
Yeah.
Because remember, he was playing with foul trouble in the first half.
Slim and Jammer.
And then he learned how to play with foul trouble by getting around everybody. The second half, they were looking for Akeem exclusively, whether it was for a move in the post for him to get to the line, and he made 12 free throws that game, or get him on the move in transition and head in for a dunk. I mean, what are you going to do against Olajuwon?
Yeah. But imagine the matches we saw later, like Melo and Kobe in 2009, or
LeBron and
Kobe,
Kobe.
Yeah. People were hyping that up. They were hyping the same with the Admiral and the Dream because it was awesome.
Those were
it was awesome.
They were
different.
They were different. They were different type of centers. Like
they were.
To me, the 90s had
best
rare
center
breed
play.
A combination of all types of centers.
Yeah, the best center play ever. Yes, was in the 90s, no question.
Everybody went,
and back then,
those were the only two at that
success.
time. There weren't really nobody. But in the 90s, you had a lot of centers that balled.
And I didn't mention Alonzo Mourning.
No, Mourning was not one. Wasn't mentioned. You had a bunch. You didn't mention Smits, but it was players. Listen, the center position in the 90s was.
Ooh, it was stacked.
Yeah,
it was to me. It was the position. It was the position in terms of talent in the 90s in the NBA. Although, of course, we all talk about Jordan.
Listen, Brad Daugherty in Cleveland.
Yep.
You had some centers.
Was nice. Yeah.
Yeah, Brad Doherty with Mark Price. Those Cleveland teams were good.
Underrated. Underrated. That team
They
was
just
underrated.
they just kept running into
They just kept
that
running into the Bulls.
buzzsaw number 23.
Everybody kept running into.
Everybody in the
into that
90s ran
bull.
into the Bulls.
Mm-hmm. Just kept running into the Bulls.
Yep.
Speaking of Alonzo Mourning, Six says, I also remember around that time the Charlotte Hornets would implode. Zoe versus Grandmama. Anybody? Yes, I know. Larry Johnson.
Yeah,
and
LJ went to the
Hornets team. That Hornets team
they kind of started destroying that team.
They did. Those two and Muggsy Bogues, yes.
And the original Curry.
And then you had Dell.
The original Curry.
Then you had Dell, who would hit those
Curry.
threes.
Yes.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
I remember playing NBA Live.
Glenn Robinson. Listen,
with Dell Curry.
Charlotte had some players, man.
Yeah, they did. Was that cool?
So I remember playing NBA Live with Dell Curry. Shot was always wet, bro.
Oh, yeah.
You pass the thing out to the corner.
It never dried.
Wet.
Mm-hmm. Never dried up. Never. Six says, Steph Curry isn't just a team player. He's the team leader with Klay Thompson as the second in command, and Draymond Green is the team's enforcer. Everyone plays their role. Yeah, they do. They do. And that's the thing. And I think the Grizzlies are trying to build something similar with Ja Morant. Is like they want him to be that team leader and a team player. And now they have to figure out who was that second guy and who was going to be basically
Desmond
that
Bane.
enforcer. And I think
I don't know. I like Jackson.
Jackson should be the enforcer.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think they're close to getting the enforcer in Jaren Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
Can we say Desmond Bane is the number 2 guy yet? I'm not sure, but there's times he looked like he could be, and there's other times where you couldn't say that.
The jump shot, for me, is his jump shot, because that's the skill that Ja really needs to work on. So he's the guy that can bring that other skill that your superstar is lacking in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And hit it at a reasonable clip. Now, obviously, he got to improve. Bane got to be better, but he's that real shooter that can still do the other stuff too. But you need that guy that can hit the shots.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that. Sick also says Nikola Jokic showed true leadership this past year, no question. And if anybody questions his leadership, they need to basically do this. Dwayne, I think you say it better than any of us ever could.
You know your damn role and shut your damn mouth.
Yeah, that could never be questioned anymore. Never.
Nicole, I want to appreciate you for letting me get that clip. We use that every week.
Good. I'm glad, man. I'm glad you put it into good use. Oh man.
Yes,
Sick
sir.
also says Giannis makes it a point to lead and inspire his team. Yeah, he's an inspiration post, and that's why I also love about Giannis. He's so positive that even as a fan, and I'm not even a fan of the Bucks, I'm just a fan of the product. You get into him and you want him to do well because you see that he wants everybody around him to do well. And I love that. I love that he wants his team to do well and his teammates to do well. That makes you want to root for the team more harder because of that. And it makes you want to root for the whole sport harder because you have good guys who isn't about their stats. They're about getting that W. And I love that. I love that. That's what I love about Steph. That's what I love about Ja. That's what I love about Jokic. That's what I love about Giannis. They're about getting a W. Okay, fine. I can have the 30, 11, and 8 if I'm Jokic. I can have the 29, 15, and 4 if I'm Giannis. I can have the 30, 10, and 3 or 4 or 5 if I'm Steph. I can try to do a triple double like Ja. If it's an L that's at the end of the game instead of a W, I could give a crap. And I love that about all 4 of them.
Yeah, that's how you got to be, man. It can't always be you. As long as we win, that's all that matters.
Yeah. And, to me, ultimately, just going back to this question, the individualism seems to feed the talk that you hear. And I don't think when we were younger, we heard as much. Now, we did hear it, but I don't think we heard as much. Well, the greatest player of all time has to be Magic. No, it has to be Bird. No, it has to be Jordan. We didn't really have that as much, but it was more along the lines of, man, Bird and Magic.
It would be the best team.
Yeah,
it was always.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
You would always see, like when I first started playing video games, it was Lakers versus Celtics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and that was the first marquee game.
Yeah,
and so for me, it was always about the team.
Mm-hmm.
Like I am a Knicks fan.
Yeah.
Nowadays you have people who are just fans of players, and travel the world with this player,
no matter where they go,
wherever they go. Me, yes, I love Melo.
Same.
He left the team. I'm not leaving my team. I'm a Knicks fan.
Yeah.
I am a fan.
Right.
I love my players, and when they leave, I appreciate all the work they put in for the team.
Look,
but my loyalty is to my team and to my city.
Basically,
Look, man,
you're a fan of the name on the front and not the name on the back.
Name on the back.
Yeah. Look, my favorite player of all time is Hakeem Olajuwon. I make no bones about saying that. But the moment he became a Raptor was the moment I stopped rooting for him.
Right.
Yeah. No. Listen, when Patrick went to Seattle,
appreciate
it, Captain. I appreciate all you did, Captain.
Thank
but
you,
now
brother.
you're a Seattle Supersonic, and I can't mess with you.
Yeah, can't. Yeah, you come to town, I got to root against you. I love you, bro, but can't rock with you like that. Yeah.
I know how I feel about ex-Eagles and ex-Nuggets players. You know what I'm saying?
That's why we love you, Cool, because you think the exact same way I do. You think the same way we do. Yeah,
right.
You ain't
on the team,
for
who cares? Exactly.
That's right.
Nah. I don't want you to succeed nowhere else. Be bad.
I darn sure don't want you to succeed against my team.
Just when you play me, play halfback game.
That's what I'm saying. I definitely don't want you to succeed against my team.
Yeah.
There's no question
So you
about
shit
that.
against anybody else. I don't care. But against us, no.
Mm-mm. Six says,
I want your stats to go down. All that.
Stick says, speaking of team players, Steph Curry needs to rescue Seth from the mess in Brooklyn. No. Seth needs to stay in Brooklyn so he can report how big of a mess it is there. Because, I'm so sorry. My manners. It's been a while since we've done this. Look, we're coming upon a year since we've seen this man on the basketball court. If you can, please report him to Snowman in the morning. Because have you seen this man? And this is a legitimate question. Have you seen Ben Simmons play on an NBA court? We need to have him be on the NBA court quick, fast, and in a hurry.
So I saw him yesterday over here at the resort, playing jump shots. Playing jump shots on the goal over here at the resort.
Not playing jump shots. That's hilarious.
Just clanging them left and right.
Not clanging them. Oh, Six says, wise. Remember when Ewing was with the Raptors and they came to MSG?
I don't even remember when he even played for the Raptors, man. I didn't care. Once he left the Knicks, it was over, man. Like the Ewing poster came down, like his kicks went into the closet, everything. Like
not his kicks went to the closet.
Listen, once you leave New York,
hey, it's got to, bro. Got to.
Care. I don't think about you. The
right.
Have a good life.
If I do, it's hate.
I appreciate it. But now I got saying.
Not the kicks. I don't live.
I don't do. Listen, yes, I'm a sentiment, but listen, no, I'm a realist. You're no longer part of the team.
I feel you, bro. I feel you.
Now I'm not going to burn any of your merchandise or memorabilia. I don't do none of that.
No, I won't either.
Well, I paid money for that.
That's right.
Yeah,
paid money. Ain't gonna burn the money.
I'm not paying. I'm not burning my money. Pull it back out after you retire.
No. Oh no, ain't burning the money. No,
not burning money.
Preserving it. Definitely.
That's why I laugh at those people who want to buy all these CDs and smash them because your dumb ass just supported this. Whoever you just protested.
Right.
Oh, that's why I loved it when a certain figure that we don't talk about unless it's Wednesday, when people burning his jersey, but 4 years later they were patching up that same jersey and wearing them. I was like, that's what you all get. That's what you all get. You are inside now. Hour number 4 of Snowman in the Morning with Cole Johnson. We're joined by one of our family members, Cool McCain. We're joined, of course, by Wise Lefe. I am Cole Johnson. Of course, we're also joined by the one and only Snowman as well. Hour number 4 starts now.
Can't do it. We'll do it live. Do it live! I'll write it and we'll do it live!
Mister, will you please wake up?
Malone will inbound. Fisher's in the game. Walton, O'Neal, and of course Bryant.
And everyone is paying attention to Kobe Bryant.
They start with Shaq. He gives it to Walton. Here comes Kobe. Less than 5 from way outside. Got it! Oh, man! With 2.1.
This is Snowman in the Morning.
Hey, this promises to be fun.
Oh, yeah. Can't wait. Are you kidding me? Do you believe it?
We will be joined momentarily by Drew Willingham, hopefully. And in the final hour of Snowman in the Morning with Cole Johnson, we probably will touch on a couple of topics that might make our friends happy and make our friends' skins crawl with Cool McCain and Wise Lefe and Brian Snow. This is Cole Johnson. Welcome back to Snowman in the Morning with Cole Johnson. And before we do continue, I think we'll have to say goodbye to our friend Cool McCain. Sorry. So before we let you go, tell the people where they can find you, man.
Well, you can always find me Friday nights, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Play Color Sports Talk Show, playcolorsportstalk.com. On Wednesdays, Eagles Elite Podcast, 8:30 p.m. We go hard. We rep them boys hard. Of course, moving forward, you're going to see us soon on the NFCB show. We've talked about it a couple of times. Because we have 2 Eagles fans, we can rotate through, bring in people for the other teams on, so everybody at least has a week where they have another guy, you know what I'm saying, representing them as well.
We don't want to feel ganged up on.
Yeah, I don't want anybody to feel like ganged up on, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we want to keep it fair. We keep it light. You know, we want to go in on all the other divisions, but we want to keep it light between us. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's not fun. I want you to be like First Take. No, I'm just joking.
Well, I'm saying our definition of keep it light is not the same as everyone else's, but you know
obviously,
what I'm saying?
Right,
division wise. But yeah,
right.
It's gonna be a fun time for everybody. I got another show that's gonna be coming down the pipeline as well. It's actually gonna be called the I can't remember what I said the name was gonna be. I have it written down, but basically it's gonna be NFL Madness, Matchup Madness. Basically, we're going to have a rep for every team. It's only going to be about 5 or 10 minutes. And you're just going to be going head to head with whoever you're playing, talking about what you think the team could do to win, what things will hinder your team from winning. Just little 5 or so minute segments between 2 guys. I mean, I don't want to take up too much of everybody's time, but just another little fun thing to do, man, and just talk NFL. It's NFL coming around. It's time to get right.
I hear that. All right. Well, you've heard it. Part of the Play Caller Sports Talk Show, part of the Eagles Elite Podcast, and a good friend of ours. A good brother of ours, good family member, Mr. Cool McCain. Man, thank you for joining us today, bro. We appreciate it.
No problem, man. Appreciate it. Wish I could get on more, guys. Love it.
I hear that. Love you, bro.
Love you guys too, man.
Thank you again, man.
All right, cool.
That is Cool McCain. Love that brother.
I do got a little bit of news though.
Oh, okay. Well, before you get to that news, let me hit this chat real quick. That critical Broncos fan says Simmons needs to be on the milk carton if he's MIA. I agree. And 6 says Amber Alert. Ben Simmons was trapped in an elevator with Solange Knowles. Fortunately, there was no altercation, but he was last seen trapped in an elevator. Poor thing. Okay, your news, sir.
So at work, they changed my days. So I was previously off Sunday, Monday. So that's why I was able to do the show Sundays. I mean, Mondays. But now I'm going to be off Thursday, Fridays. So now I get to pick up 2 days now. I get to check 2 days.
Oh, so they need you on the weekends. Okay. All right. Well, then I guess
I lose Monday, but I get me Thursdays and Fridays now.
Well, there you go. Well, now we will not see Wise one day a week. We'll see him too. That's what I'm talking about. All right. All right. So, along with that, our guest, and you have heard him on the chat all morning long, or seen him on the chat all morning long. We appreciate his brand of knowledge because he seems to be varied in a lot. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, media personality, sports columnist, and color commentator at the Legacy Maker Sports Network, one Mr. Drew Willingham. How are you doing,
for
sir?
that intro, Cole. That was great. I love it.
Good.
That was awesome.
Good.
How you guys doing this morning? Thank you for having me on.
Oh, no problem, man. Thank you for coming on, and we're doing good. Or I should say, I'm doing good. I want to speak on.
I'm doing well, man. I am blessed to be here.
Yeah, I've been enjoying watching, along all morning. It's been definitely a great episode. You guys have been talking about a lot of great stuff with the NBA Finals and going back and forth with Barry Bonds for a little bit on there, and being able to answer some questions about myself on there. That was pretty cool. Didn't expect that, so that was pretty cool. To the guy that was asking me out there about my past, with the picture and everything. Yes, I was a former bassist at one time, but I gave up that to pursue another dream, which is this with my crew at the Legacy Maker Sports Network. And looking forward to talking a little bit about that. We're going to be talking about some more sports with you guys, and also to have Snowman on tonight at 7:00 on my show, the In or Out Sports Debate. That's going to be really fun tonight.
All right. Okay. Oh, well, let's start there. So the In or Out Sports Debate. All right. So if someone were to view that show, what would that person have to look forward to seeing?
Well, basically, if you were to take First Take on ESPN and pump it up like times 10 with entertainment, uncensored, to where you can actually say whatever's on your mind. That's what this is. Basically a range of topics, anywhere from football, baseball, professional wrestling, because we like to feature more into the sports entertainment realm of it. We're fans, we're marks of the sport too. So we like to get our point across. I just recently had a professional wrestler on the independent scene, Golden Boy Greg Anthony, on last week's episode 14. He was able to give us some more insight on behind the ropes and stuff like that. He's teamed with Bobby Eaton, who was formerly with the Midnight Express, back in the day. WWE Hall of Famer, was with him for 2 years, so he was able to give some insight on that. He does this famous strut move that he did with Jerry the King Lawler, since he's in the Memphis, Tennessee area. So you guys that are out there in that area, you know who I'm talking about. You know the Golden Boy Greg Anthony.
So Drew said sports entertainment. Okay, why not? I might as well. All right, so and Wise, I know you saw this too. All right, so last Monday we saw the Judgment Day gain a member and lose a member within about 2 minutes.
It was done because for me, they need another face now. Like with Cody going down for 9 months after his listen, the first WWE match with a 5-star, with a Meltzer 5-star rating since 2011.
Yeah, the HIAC match with
Seth
Rollins and Cody Rhodes. Yeah,
epic match. So he's gonna be gone 6 to 9 months. Now you need a heel. You need a face to come on. Plus, I think it was time for Finn Balor to turn heel. It was just they weren't marketing him right. Now I think with him being Judgment Day, those three together, and if they add someone else down the line, who knows? It's gonna be dope.
The WWE is famous for ruining their NXT talent. There's not much except for that first group with Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns and Dean Ambrose, now Jon Moxley. There's not many from the former first brand of NXT that's actually been successful. The Shield, yes, of course, but a lot of that had to do with politics that we didn't even know about before the Shield was even created. So that's what this game with WWE is so much more about. I feel like it's more political, although I'm so glad to see Cody Rhodes get the respect that he deserves because of what he did out there for AEW and independent wrestling for those 6 years that he was gone. He was able to build his character that he had. He was floundering in WWE. He had to get out of there. And for him to come back and to potentially make Seth Rollins even more than what he already was before that. Cody put Seth Rollins over more this past week than Seth put Cody over. And if you really look into it, he set Seth up for some success to have while he's gone for the next 6 to 9 months, and also for him to capitalize on that when he comes back.
It's funny. I heard a lot of people gripe about the fact, well, wait a minute, you had Seth lose not one, not two, but 3 times to Cody. I don't understand it. It makes him look weaker. And no, to me, it made him look stronger. And that's before basically putting forth the injury angle with Cody, but giving Cody with Seth giving Cody the business before basically having him be ushered off to having surgery, because having him be teased that he's going to be a face and be honorable was a wonderful touch, to having him now become a monster heel. And I don't think, to me, Seth has ever looked better than now because of that.
I think it also takes the stigma away from how this is a fake atmosphere, because even though it is scripted, we've all known that the bumps are real. And the fact for you to go out there with a torn pec, the only other person that I've really known that's had a torn pec in a match, but it happened during the match was the Triple H. When he did it, but it was during a match and he had no choice to keep going. Cody, it happened before Hell in a Cell even happened.
Right.
And he still went out there and put on a 13-minute match with a torn pec.
I don't understand how he did it for that long.
Woo. Listen, he like I said, first 5-star rating since 2011. That says it all right there. That for WWE to get that,
that should tell you something.
The momentum's shifting from AEW to WWE. It seems like
you know what? CM Punk's
right now.
You know why? Because AEW is losing. Their fans were anti WWE,
right?
But now you're signing all these WWE people, ex-WWE performers that they used to see at WWE. Now they just get to switch their names and use their whatever name. But now you're signing all these names, and you're taking away time from the people who helped get you there.
Which that's a really good point, because it makes you feel as though, okay, so we latched onto this product because you all were not WWE affiliated. But now you have these other individuals coming aboard.
Now you have this roster just filled with your thing was you gave the independent players a shot,
right?
You gave people from with Young Bucks and all them. They came from Ring of Honor. They did all this. They went to Japan. So now, yes, you bought Ring of Honor, but you're bringing in. Now, if you look at it from top to bottom, you got CM Punk, Miro, Bryan Danielson, Moxley, Jericho, some Tony Storm, Ruby Riott, Athena now, Paul White, Mark Henry, Steven Regal. It's a WWE roster.
Man, I know you go back with wrestling because you just said the word Steven Regal. I haven't heard that in a while.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
But I love wrestling. I've been a wrestling fan since the 80s. I went to see Macho Man and Steamboat at the Garden. I seen Bundy. I seen Stud. I am a wrestling fan. Screw that sports entertainment stuff. I am a wrestling fan. And to me, my draw to AEW, like, why have Page lose the title to Punk? Yeah, I know you want to build Punk, but Adam Page is one of your guys that you. Why have Page lose the title so quickly?
Okay, I'm glad you mentioned that. So I was perusing social media with this, and there was someone who came with the take that, hey man, Adam Page was not a great champion, and had the nerve to say, well, no, he's not a great champion, but CM Punk winning the title would be worse. This was, of course, before their match at Double or Nothing and this past Memorial Day weekend. Your thoughts? Because I just thought both statements were ludicrous.
I don't agree with that. I mean, going back to what we were just saying about the fact that you built this company on a stable of guys that were not ex-WWE guys. You only had 3 big names from WWE to start this company, and that was Moxley, Jericho, and now I'm forgetting the third one. And Cody, because Cody's Cody. But those 3 were the big 3 that I used to call them when AEW first started. Hangman was one of the originals that was there from the beginning. We saw him grow from start to now.
Right.
So I felt like they took the strap off of him a little bit too soon. And I think that showed with CM Punk's injury, that CM Punk went a little bit too hard and maybe overdid it. And that's why his body went out on him. had he coasted a little bit more, kind of like say like Edge and WWE, and eased his way back into it after being gone for so many years, maybe he might not have had that big injury. We might not be talking this right now, and Page would still be the champion, because all the cowboy shit, sorry to say it, but what he was doing in the ring and in his promos, that's the big part. Like sports entertainment and all the vignettes and stuff, I'm not huge into that, but I'm big into promos, and that's what I'm big in with sports entertainment, and that's the atmosphere that I get with that in AEW.
Because I thought he was just master. It still is masterful with the stick. I thought the same thing. I'm sorry, Weiss. Go ahead, bro.
No, and for me, I used to enjoy watching Bad Boy Joey Janela. I used to enjoying Marco Stunt, because you gave the little guys an opportunity.
Right.
You gave people that wouldn't have a shot to be in WWE, and you gave them an opportunity, and to me, that was unique about AEW. You bought MJF from Major League Wrestling. You bring all these other Sammy Guevara from the independents and all these other places. You get Darby Allin from what was it? The one that WWE just finished purchasing. Oh man, where
Ring of Honor, AEW purchased Ring of Honor?
No, WWE purchased where Austin Theory was last champion at Progressive. Was it Progressive or
Evolve?
Anyway, huh? Evolve. Yes, it was Evolve. So you had Darby Allin in Evolve. You had a bunch of all these other guys from all these independent places come and help build AEW. And now that WWE made all these massive releases, now you're signing all their talent, and you're taking away from the guys who came and built. Like now, I'm seeing Darby Allin lose regularly.
Yeah,
when he was supposed to be one of your pillars.
One of the pillars. Yeah, one of the foundations. Yeah.
And with them bringing Sting in to be alongside with them too, I mean, that was supposed to help propel him a little bit. I feel like they've been floundering that over the past few months with that too, because they were on the rise with that at first, and now it's kind of going down with that too.
I think it goes to your larger point, Wise, of saying that, well, it seems like AEW and probably Tony Khan in particular, they seem to be enamored with the ex-WWE guys, giving the rub to the product, and they're forgetting the ones that really was the hook for AEW fan in the first place.
Listen, Dark Order was a big part of AEW. You barely see them now. I get it, Brody Lee. I know Brody Lee's passing, whatever, but you just took away from a key component of why I used to watch your show. Was to see what was up with the Dark Order now, and all these other things. Like it to me, like Jurassic Express. I love Christian, but it to me, you're diluting it too much with WWE product, man, with WWE components.
Well, the biggest thing that with Brody Lee, with his passing, like the biggest thing that they've done with the Dark Order since then is with Hangman Adam Page being alongside with them for a bit. Ever since then, they really have been floundering too. So I don't know what's next for them, but yeah, they've got to figure this out with the storylines, because it has been going downhill since the start of this year.
Agreed. Sick says, Wise on the same day as Chris Bates. Oh, this is going to be a great Friday. Sick also says, my favorite combo of the Midnight Express was Sweet Stan and Beautiful Bobby.
Yes. Definitely.
Yeah. I do. But Loverboy Dennis and Beautiful Bobby had a place too. Yeah. But yeah, I'd rather Lane and Eaton too better. I'll admit. Six says WWE storylines have been dismal for quite some time. Yeah. And actually dismal until Cody. How funny is that? How funny is that, right? Six says Drew Triple H tore his quad, not his pec. He actually tore both.
Both, yes.
Yeah, he did. He tore his pec. It wasn't in the same match. It was
right
when they had that when it was him, Shawn Michaels, Kane, and the Undertaker at Crown Jewel, I believe. It was in Saudi Arabia. It was that one time that they all got in the match. That's when he tore his pec. He tore his quad back in the 2000s, and he tore it twice, actually, both legs.
Yeah, 2002 and 2006. said, no, it was 2001. I'm sorry, in 2007.
2001, because he came back a year later after the invasion angle, because he got hurt right before the invasion angle happened, and like weeks later, it was all unfolding. Just imagine what would have taken place if Triple H was involved with that, and some other characters from WCW if they would have got him in. We could have a whole episode based on that.
Oh yeah, we definitely could have. Sick also says Tony Khan needs help. He needs folks who knows the business inside and out. You might not be wrong on that one, bro. He says Hangman hasn't been a very convincing champion. The creatives haven't helped out. From that end, I think that might be the case. I don't think it's Page. I do think it's what they have been giving him that's hurt him, in my opinion. Oh, by the way, Six says not everybody went to AEW. Some signed with Impact Wrestling. True, like Mia Yim is an example. Sig also says, I think AEW's booking kind of hampered things as well. Yep. And we get to this, which I do want to know your thoughts on this, Drew and Wise. I'm sorry. Speaking of which, what's everybody's take on MJF's shoot? Drew, you start first.
All right. So we were just talking about my show earlier, episode 14 with the professional wrestler. We covered that. Greg, Anthony and I covered that in depth, because he doesn't believe, as someone with the experience behind the ring, that you don't need to use vulgarity to get your point across in promos. Okay. I see why they went with the whole shoot interview and what they did, because the ratings have been going down. They're trying to find a way to bolster the ratings. That's what that was. This is all a shoot. This is definitely planned, because Tony Khan wouldn't let anybody just go out there and drop the F-bomb on national television in prime time without knowing about it. So from my fact, from the fan aspect, I thought it was great, but I do feel like at the same time, you can be a little bit more creative with your context and how you deliver your message to get your point across.
Wise?
I thought it was, kind of enjoyed it, but I kind of think it was kind of some truth to it. There was some truth to what he was saying, as far as like he's talking about he was supposed to be one of the pillars. And again, you are bringing in all this WWE talent. Like they've signed a crazy amount of talent, man. And now, of course, they're not going to come in for no money at all. They're gonna want to get paid. They're seeing all this money being thrown over here at AEW. They're like, well, we want to get paid, and he signed his contract through 2024. So if after that he ready to go, really wants to leave, then he leaves.
Yeah.
Cody signed a 5-year deal at first too, like everybody else did in 2019, which is something that they didn't really talk much about when he got out of his contract this year. He was let go of his contract. His contract didn't expire. He had a 5-year deal just like the Young Bucks and everybody else when this whole thing started.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Six says, yeah, you mean it's a work? I think it's a work shoot. That's what I believe. I believe, and I totally agree with you, Drew. Tony knew that this is what MJF was going to say. Maybe not exactly word by word, but he said, "Okay, so you want to go out and so all right, MJF, go out and just simply attack us for what you know. Just go at it. Whatever it is cool. I'll give you 8 minutes. And okay, so what's the cue words that will have us cut your mic off?" In my opinion, that is what happened. And I do not agree with, wow, that was a shoot. And wow, MGF, woo, he's a rebel now. No, that's his character. It's been that. I mean, when has he not insulted the crowd? When has he not when he's not thought he was better than all of AEW? And I don't mean just the wrestlers.
There is a delay too on national TV. I think it's like a 10 or 15 second delay that they have. So they have that delay to bleep that out, which is what they did. We saw it, the bleeped version on live TV, because I was watching it live. And then when you go on YouTube, which I found the unedited version to put in our episode 14 last week, you can find it. That's why I'm saying it's got to be work shoot, because why would they release the unedited version to YouTube for us to see when it was not seen that way on national TV?
Right. Because to me, if it was a shoot, AEW wouldn't even talk about this at all. And they would probably want to squelch any talk of that whatsoever if it was. Six says MJF is a master drawing heat. He even stated that in the promo. And To me, I think that is what Tony wanted to bank on. It's like, okay, I know you are a heat magnet, MJF. Why don't you do that? Let's see if we can go with it. Especially after the angle that he worked with Wardlow, and basically is being squashed by him after torturing month after month after month, which to me is one of the best angles that the AEW has ever run. Because it created a Goldberg-like monster in Wardlow. Now I'm not comparing the two. I'm just saying it is creating that type of buzz with him.
But with Wardlow, he's unlike Goldberg, where he came out
one
of
trick pony ish. Yeah,
he came out of nowhere. Wardlow actually has been wrestling in the independents for years. He's not just coming out of retirement from football and coming into the power plant, and then a couple of months later being pushed as the undefeated monster. Saying
He's
Wardlow,
like oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I say he's like the AEW's version of Bautista. He's not really quite Goldberg, but I would say he's more like Bautista because that's actually one of his role models right there, and he said it in previous interviews too.
Yeah, I can see him styling himself out the Batista. That's a really good point, Drew. That's a really good point. 6 says, why hasn't MJF not taken shots at Tony Khan? When has he not taken shots at him? Exactly. So that's what makes me think it's a work shoot. I'm like, well, he's been throwing as a character. He's been throwing middle fingers at everything for as long as I can remember.
Even kids.
Yes, even children.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, okay, I don't see anything different other than, okay, so he announces that this is an MJF, is Maxwell Friedman. And it's a little bit more of an honest take instead of a more controlled character delivery. Okay, so he gets at the fans too, but when does he not? I'm like, I didn't hear anything in that work shoot to me that made me say, wow, okay, so that wasn't meant to be heard.
Like I said, I'm a wrestling fan, and I was watching MJF on MLW before even AEW, and back even then, he drew the heat. That's what I'm saying. He knows how to control that mic.
Yes,
I'm saying that's why he is one of the best right now. It's because he can perform in the ring, and he can perform behind the mic. There's not many in the business right now that can control that mic like he does.
No.
And to me, it was a shoot. I'm sure they were trying to tap into CM's pipe bomb and try to make something similar to that.
Yeah.
So
he's
I
a
think
rare
to me
breed, definite student of the game.
Yes. He
Oh
is.
yeah, you could tell he has studied.
No, he is. And that's what separates the great ones is that they are fans of the game. They study this because they've known since they were 4 or 5 years old. This is what they want to do for a living. There's guys that once they saw the bright lights, the match, and all that, they knew that this is what they wanted to do. MJF is one of those guys where once he knew this is what he wanted to do, he went all in. And that's how you become one of the great ones.
Yeah, that is. 6 says, and flaunting his peaking ring too, Cole. There isn't anything about this character that I dislike in terms of, okay, so he craps on the business. Okay, he craps on the owner. All right, he craps on how the company does things. Okay, he craps on the wrestlers. He craps on the fans. Well, he checks every box to me as to what you want a mega heel to be. So I'm thinking, okay, cool. I'm interested to see where they go from here with him.
I just feel like he needs to get better with how he articulates his words, because if he has any hope of cashing on a bigger paycheck and going to WWE, he can't talk like that when he goes, goes to that side. So that's what he needs to be able to prove if he does sign that deal. He needs to be able to prove that he can be just as creative, get just as much heat with less vulgarity.
To your point there, that's what I believe is the next step for him. That I really believe it's the next step for him, because in the ring he's magic. Because the one thing I love about him with his work ethic in the ring is that he is straight up old school. It's like he knows that, okay, I'm a heel. I can get my stuff in, but I know that I'm going to have to be basically a punching bag for most of this match. Brilliant. He gets that, and I love that. He knows he has to be a punching bag for most of the match. He knows that he's supposed to give the baby faces enough time to sell and get on and get their offense in on them. He gets his shots in, and most times he's going to win, so he'll get the screwball victory. He knows how to be a heel when it comes to the bell, and I love that about him too. And very few seem to be that way in today's wrestling. It's like, okay, so you want like Adam Cole, baby. This is the one thing that frustrates me about him. So he wants to be the rebel. He wants to be the heel, yet he wants to have face like love. So he wants to be the cool heel. And I'm saying to myself, you're shooting yourself in the foot. Why don't you just go all the way and be reviled by everybody and forget that you get 17,000 people chanting, Adam Cole, baby, every time you do that? Bump that. Just, I just wanted one time to be like, Adam Cole, shut up. Just one time. Just one time. Own being a heel. Don't own wanting to be a cool heel. Own being a heel.
Because it's not like how when we probably grew up watching wrestling where you want, like, if you was that heel, you wanted to be that heel that everyone hated.
Mm-hmm.
Not everyone cheered, not when everyone followed your catchphrase, except for if you was The Rock or someone. But
right,
for the most part, if you was that heel, Roddy Piper, for example,
best heel I've ever seen.
Oh,
best heel of all time I've ever seen is Roddy Piper.
He would make you hate him.
Yeah.
To the point where you're ready to really jump over the rails and punch him in the face.
Yeah. I know that's how
that's
I
probably
felt.
the best comparison between. That's probably the best comparison for MJF as far as he.
Roddy Piper. Yeah. Because I know the first time I saw him hit Jimmy Snuka with the coconut,
yeah.
I wanted to reach to the screen and choke Piper right then and there the first time I saw it. And even in the subsequent times when actually he later on became a face and I actually liked him, I still wanted to reach through the screen and choke him every time I would see that footage of him bashing that coconut over Snuka's head. Heat magnet. And of course, I thought it was, of course, now looking back at it now, knowing what it is, talk about how to be a heat magnet. Dude risked having stuff thrown at him in Madison Square Garden after he kicked Cyndi Lauper. I'm like, this guy, ooh, if you don't want to, it's like, if you don't want to be cheered by anybody, Roddy Piper is your guy, was your guy. And you don't see too many heels who want to be that way anymore.
Now they want to be loved.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They changed from heel to face like they changed their bed sheets.
Right.
Nowadays.
Yeah. That to me is what disgusts me, and that's why I embrace MJF so much.
And that's why I'm feeling that's why when we talk about Roman Reigns now, this incarnation.
Oh, I love it.
They just hate it. People just hate him and hate the bloodline.
I love it.
And I love it.
It was coming. It was coming.
I love it.
It had to come. It had to come. I mean, how many years could he have been the white meat baby face and
suffering succotash? That was that line right there.
Why did they feed him that line to say? I wanted to smack WWE. As soon as it came out of his mouth, I wanted to smack the writers. I was like, why would you have that guy 6'3", 265 to say something like that? I know you wanted to be funny, but you can have him be funny saying something a whole lot better than suffering succotash. But you could not have this guy WrestleMania after WrestleMania be considered a face, but get booed by 50 to 70,000 people. Yeah, the caricature that we see now in the Tribal Chief was coming. And when it finally came, man, I had a big wide grin on my face. So I was like, he's finally found himself. He's finally found his character. He finally can make that money and draw the money, and I'll be doggone. Best draw they've had in a long time.
Too. You know, I was hoping Cody would get the Money in the Bank championship, cash it in on Roman Reigns, but I think it's going to be delayed now.
Yeah. Yeah. Why don't we go there? Okay, so you have Roman Reigns, who right now is the biggest draw that WWE has. You have Cody Rhodes, who's probably going to be the biggest baby face that they've had in I don't know how long. When do you think those two will go at it? Because I would say it would be WrestleMania 39, which is in 10 months' time. But of course, people want it to be Reigns and Rock. So when do you think this matchup will happen?
Well, if you've heard the Rock schedule, he released his schedule not that long ago, where he's talking about the first quarter of next year is open because he's got to promote the XFL and his other ventures that he's got going on outside of Hollywood. How much you want to bet that he shows up at WrestleMania because he has that time open? He's probably training hardcore right now, like Stone Cold was for his match this year. And The Rock's not going to put on. He's going to put on more of a spectacle than Stone Cold did. Stone Cold was limited because of the neck injury and of course his age,
his knees,
and his knees, and his back. I mean,
and his back too.
You know, he went through the ringer. The Rock got out a lot sooner and a lot earlier in his career and didn't take nearly the bumps that Stone Cold did to get to the point to where he did.
Right.
So I feel like The Rock's coming back. I don't think it's going to be for the title. I just think it's going to be a great match, and it's going to be the best way for him to go out as a 50-year-old because The Rock does turn 50. It just turned 50 actually this year.
He just turned 50 last month. Yeah. Yeah. Wise.
Oh man, that's the angle I see it coming because they're exchanging tweets, so that's how it starts. That's how it starts. So, yeah.
Well, and then of course Rock also has a show called Young Rock where there was a scene back in I think it was April where it was around the time right before he was about to go into the WWE. And he was beginning to train as a wrestler, and you saw a young Roman Reigns crawl and say, "Oh, I want to wrestle." And of course, Rock is like, "No, not now." And then, of course, the screen freezes, and he says, "It's just Roman Reigns." Da 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 da. And then after that, I can't remember if it was the Rock's character or somebody else, but I think it was the Rock's character. He says, "You know that match." People don't want to see that unless it's at WrestleMania. I was like,
it was the Rock that said that. Yep.
I'll be doggone. So I guess this is what we're gonna be seeing next April, which I ain't mad, but I'm like, to me, I thought it was a stroke of genius. I was like, wow, really?
Planted the seed.
He's the man for a reason, man. He is the highest paid actor in Hollywood right now. He's got hits after hits after hits coming out. He's working on the XFL. Yeah, so he's got a lot. He's got a lot, man. He is a man that has a lot coming.
Yeah.
He's definitely an inspiration to those of us who have been down to $7 or less in our pocket at some point.
Shout out to the name of his production company, $7. Yes.
Yep.
No question. No question. 6 says, yeah, MJF, he's still in his 20s. He has a mind for the business. He keeps studying and evolving. And I hope he continues to study and evolve because I think he'll be even more brilliant when he gets to be 30. And that's scary because he's not even 27 yet.
Yeah.
He says, knowing when and how to draw heat and sell is a big key to being a heel. Yes, no question. 6 says, only thing people can blame Dr. Britt Baker DMD for is his great smile. I'll stop here. So in the 3 years time that we have seen AEW, I think one of the bright spots has to be Dr. Britt Baker DMD.
She evolved. She has evolved from when she first started to now, because when she first came out, that's another one who's benefited from turning heel. Because when she came in, she was Britt Baker face, and then when she went to the DMD and really a real let's see witch, a real witch.
Yes,
she's really evolved the character.
Yeah. Drew, what do you think about the 3-year evolution of Britt Baker?
It's definitely been pretty cool to see, especially for the women's revolution. And in AEW, they don't have as strong of a women's revolution as WWE has had. So it's been nice to see her actually carry that movement. I was actually fortunate enough to go to the very first Dynamite, which was in Washington, D.C.
Right.
Got off work early that day, hit the Metro, went into D.C., and saw it with my guys from the Legacy Maker Sports Network with Darrell Owens and Russ Telefero, who will be on my show here real soon. But anyway, with back to that, we saw where all this started with everything that culminated and how this was started with Moxley coming in and that big scene on the very first Dynamite, and also with the DMD character and Britt Baker, and to see her go from, like y'all said, from the face character and now to transition to the heel over the years and to what she's been able to do for the heel side of the character. It's been really cool to see.
Yeah, I think it has been cool too. And I think what I love how Britt has played it. I think she's established that this character is going to be how this character is going to be. It's hard to like, except she's articulate, and she away from the character is a wonderful human being, obviously. And I think she has the ability now to play a face now, but she is such a great heel. She owns being a witch or a winch. She owns it. And I love that about him. I wish her boyfriend could do the same, but she just owns it. And I love it. I love that about her. Speaking of great heels, Six says, one of my favorite heels was Mr. Fuji, aka the devious one, according to Gorilla Monsoon. That dude, I could see him, and no matter who he brought down the ring, I didn't care about who. And he at one time managed Demolition. It was at the point when they were world champs. I didn't even care about them. I wanted to see Fuji.
Listen, that's when it was on the Fuji, it was best.
The only time I almost did not care to see Fuji is when Yokozuna was the world WWE champion. But even then, I was like, okay, I want to see Fuji do his thing still, even then. Yes, I love Fuji. Thank you, Sick, for that. He said it's that they don't want to be heels. I mean, it's that they don't want to be heels. It's that they want to emulate Stone Cold. The cool. Here's the funny thing about the cool heel thing. Austin didn't want to do that. Austin was like, my goal was to set out to be the biggest heel that WWE ever produced. ... And it backfired. So the funny thing is, he wanted Stone Cold to be that guy that people just simply disliked, and nobody liked him. But the fact that the fact that you had the blue collar worker and the everyday man part of Steve Williams come out in Stone Cold, that's what gravitated toward him. And of course, he ended up being the best character the WWE ever had.
That King of the Ring promo is epic, is legendary.
That King of the
Austin 316. I just
and he was too funny to me. He was too funny to actually pull that off.
Oh man, no, listen. And I'm Team Rock all day.
Same.
But
I still have to give it to Stone Cold.
The rattlesnake is still
gotta give it to Stone Cold.
Yeah, like I said, that King of the Ring promo is when I say I am a wrestling fan, I've been, like I said, going to see it in the Garden with my older brother, being able to experience all those, getting to see Andre the Giant, Big John Studd, seeing it during that time, to me is like, look, any little kid seeing this is like, wow. It's like seeing real life superheroes.
We were spoiled as wrestling fans in the Attitude Era to have the two of them in the company at the same time.
Stone Cold and The Rock.
Same exact company, same time. Yeah, we were spoiled to have Stone Cold and The Rock at the same time.
Two of the biggest names at the same time. Like, it's like, and like at the beginning, NWA had Flair, WWE had Hogan.
Mm-hmm.
But to have both megastars and listen, Triple H was no
he was no slouch. No,
Triple H was no slouch. And the other, that to me, the Attitude Era has been one of the greatest eras of all of wrestling.
It's my favorite era of all time. Even more so than generation.
You had so many characters that everyone has their own favorite. Like, you have Undertaker, who has his following.
Mm-hmm.
You have Shawn Michaels, who has his following. Triple H has his group.
Mm-hmm.
The Rock, Stone Cold,
Mick Foley. And then later on, Kurt Angle. Yeah.
You could go on with that list. Edge. The Hardys. Everybody's from that era. Like all these great names of, to me, that at that time wrestling was. Then, of course, you had the Wolfpack. You had NWO.
Yeah. On the other side.
That part of wrestling. So to me was one of the greatest eras of wrestling during that time, being able to see wrestling in the mid 90s to the early 2000s. That is what really made me fall in love more with wrestling.
Yeah.
Speaking of big time players, rest in peace, Scott Hall, NWO. We're talking about that.
Yes.
Yeah, he was big time for them too.
Yes, he was. I loved the bad guy. Loved him. Even when he was Scott Hall in AWA, loved him. Loved him even then. Sick talking about The Rock's birthday, May 2nd, 1972. He was born in San Francisco. And the reason why that is close to my heart, because my birthday is close to his. Birth date is not the same, but the birthday is close. And he says, speaking of Roman Reigns, I think Manu, aka Alpha Jr., should join the bloodline. Kind of like Jim Neidhart in the reformed Hart Foundation in 97. Do I want to have the bloodline diluted? Or should it just simply be the two Rikishi sons and Roman?
I should stay the way it is right now.
That's what I was thinking.
Unless you're gonna ask Solo Sikoa down the road and he's coming with.
Yeah, unless you add him. But
I mean, how do y'all feel about Sasha Banks and potentially Naomi joining if that's all work with what happened with them with the tag champs?
Oh, that's a nice little segue there, Drew.
I think Naomi needs to turn heel. Sasha, we already know she's a great heel.
Naomi
we already know she's a great heel. Naomi, I think she really does need that get away from that glow and bring out a little of that team bad.
Yeah, like I was just about to say, like when she was in Bad. Yeah,
like the team bad. We need that now.
Yeah, and I think she wants to bring it back personally. Although I know she loves the glow stuff. I think she's starting to see that character stale, which I hate that because I love seeing Naomi work.
If they did it, we could see Bloodline versus Judgment Day.
Well, that means they would have to turn Bloodline face.
Oh yeah, you're right. I
don't want to see that.
Battle of the Heels.
Yeah. Six says Jamie Hayter and Reba have also played a role in Britt Baker's heel persona. Yeah. In the psychology of the matches, they have been beautiful in that regard. No question about that. Six says, what's everybody's view on Jade Cargill and the baddies?
I'm sorry, but I'm too much of a Bianca Belair fan. I am.
So you think? So are you saying that Jade Cargill is a Bianca Belair knockoff, so to speak?
I don't think she's as athletic as
no, she's
as Bianca
she's a little
Belair.
more tone.
She's just too much of a. I think they're trying to bring China back in a way. I don't know. It's just
that's a good one. That's a good good
one.
comparison.
Yeah.
China, yeah.
I mean, Red Velvet's a pretty good wrestler too,
and she's gotten better in her persona too.
Yes,
yeah. And I feel like
she needed
it
a
might help
transformation
elevate.
to heel.
Yeah, it might help elevate their careers more than it's going to really help, Jade's.
That sucks though. Wow, but that says a lot about Jade. If we're thinking that Kiera Hogan and Red Velvet would be promoted and elevated higher than the person that is supposed the Vigo's supposed to uplift, at least at the moment. Ugh.
Well, she had to have Mark Sterling help her with the promos. So maybe this is kind of like their way to kind of push her away from him, so that way she can kind of have her own stable.
Well, they just added Stoker.
He was
Michael Bivens.
Yeah, he was Michael Blevins in WWE. Yeah. I don't know if he's that way. I don't know if he's that same name.
Stokely Hartway, something like that. Mm-hmm. His original name in Independence.
Yeah,
but I'm not. To me, the AEW women's roster is like,
and that's the problem right there. Oh, let me park right here. So I love that. I love that you said that, Wise. So I love the women's champion in Thunder Rosa. And
Yes.
I'm a big fan of Serena Deeb as well. But why is it that to me, it's almost as if it's those two along with Britt Baker, and then it's everybody else?
Because it is just everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Because you bring in Tony Storm.
Right. And it's like, okay.
Ruby Riott, you give a little bit push, and then
yeah.
You don't really have anybody. You gave Anna Jay a little push. Tay Conti.
Same
It's like
her.
none of them can sustain that star power. Like
Right.
they're hot for a little bit, and then you lose interest.
It's like
Whereas you have Britt Baker, who has charisma and all that. She has
charisma
it
to spare. Yeah.
She has it.
Yeah, she has charisma to spare.
Thunder Rosa, because she's such a hard worker and she's worked hard to develop that Thunder Rosa character.
Yeah.
You see the work that Thunder Rosa has put into her character.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
she's a
then
wonderful
Serena
worker.
Deeb is she's the professor.
She's so beautiful to watch the ring.
She's just been doing this for years, man. She's been doing this for years.
You remember when she shaved her head?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
She
It
did,
was a straight edge society. Yes, I do.
Yes. Under CM Punk.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, she is so beautiful to watch the ring. It's like, doggone, do you make a mistake in the ring? She's so fluid, no matter what she does. Love it. 6 says, by the way, Cole, Mr. Fuji's ribs were legendary. Oh yeah, I've heard about a couple of the ribs he's done. You're right about that. I think one of them involved the frozen feces, but I won't go into it. 6 says, Wise, don't forget Jimmy Snooker's superfly leap off the top rope in the garden against Morocco and onto Morocco. Yeah. Yeah, key moment, late 1983, if I'm not mistaken. 6 says, that's one point about Manu. His role would be to bolster the ranks and hold it down like an enforcer. That presence at ringside. Well, that's not a bad point, Sig. Okay. All right. He also says the native beast needs to fine-tune her craft. Agreed. I that's all I can say about that. Agreed. And he also says Serena Deeb has come through a lot in her life and career. The promo she cut, displaying that, is definitely proof of that. And I loved that they finally gave her time and the permission to just simply be herself. I was like, look, just state what you feel. Just come from the gut. Because I think sometimes this is the only issue I have with Serena. When she's on the mic, it seems like she wants to be reserved. She wants to hold back. She doesn't want to just go off and go out. And that promo she cut before her match against Thunder Rosa at Double or Nothing, she finally did. And I love seeing that. Love seeing that. All right, one more question before we do wrap things up. And that question is the following. So we have CM Punk, who is the current AEW champion. Later this month, they're going to award the interim AEW champion. 2 thoughts. Who do you think is going to be the interim AEW champion? And 2, how stupid of an idea is it to have an interim champion and not basically have Punk relinquish the title to give it to someone who can healthily move the company forward?
I'll let Wise take this first.
We already know who the answer to this is. It's not going to be the guy from New Japan Wrestling. It's not. It's going to be Moxley. I'm saying Moxley, first of all, he's next Jericho, maybe the greatest AEW champion in his short history.
Mm-hmm.
And technically, he didn't really lose his title the right way. Like the way he lost his title to Kenny Omega was.
It was a screw job.
So,
no question.
Of course, you're gonna give it to Moxley. Now, what are you gonna do when CM Punk comes back? Like, are you gonna especially if Moxley goes on this monster run, and your ratings start going up? are you going to take the strap away because Punk is back?
That's a good question.
I think they're going to face each other, kind of like when Cody was out and him and Sammy Guevara went at it. Or was it him? Was it him and Scorpio Sky? No, I feel like it was him and Sammy.
It was
him and Sammy.
Yeah, it was Cody and Sammy.
Scorpio was afterwards. So
Yeah.
it was him and Sammy Guevara went after. I didn't like the idea because it just shows you got money to throw around because you're going to spend money on a second title. So
Right.
you might as well just have the one, to just do like they've done in the past, relinquish it, and they get the first opportunity when they come back healthy. I mean, I
Right.
agree with that. Even if you're out for a year, you should
Right.
get your rematch because you never lost the championship. I agree
Yes.
with that. But this whole interim deal, like have a
This-
tournament for it, let them earn it, and let them walk with it. And let's see if they're still the champion when CM Punk comes back.
Agreed. Go ahead, Wise.
No, I agree with that. That's why I when WWE they relinquish titles. Like, listen, we can't have an interim champion. No. So I guess they're trying to be different. They don't want to have these guys. Listen, but if you can't defend your title for 30 days, technically, you're supposed to lose it.
Yeah.
Is it
And-
too soon to put the strap on Wardlow?
A little too soon. Although I think people wouldn't disagree with it.
Well, now
It's a little-
because now they have the All Atlantic Championship, right? That's what it's called.
All
Yeah, they
Atlantic,
just announced that,
They
yeah.
just announced it last week. Yeah.
Yeah. So
All
see.
right. 6 says Moxley is an obvious choice, especially with Danielson being out with an injury. You are correct, sir. And we have now come to the end of the show, and it has been a wonderful show. In fact, Drew, is so great to actually have you. It's like I have met a long lost friend that I did not know existed. So where can the people find you, sir?
LegacyMakerSports.com is our website you can find us at. I'm on the In or Out Sports Debate. We have several other shows with Monster Minutes that we have for NASCAR fans. Another one, which is Legacy on Fire, which is another one of our debate shows as well, which we have several people, like 4 to 5 guests at one time, get in for like a group debate. Mine's more of a one-on-one. It's kind of like I try to give you your WrestleMania moment. So you guys are going to have to tune in tonight when the Snowman's on. It's going to be a treat. You're going to love this episode. And maybe sometime down the line, you guys can get on too. We'll see. We've got 8 episodes that are scheduled throughout the next 4 weeks, 2 episodes a week. It's going to be a blast to have. So you can find us on Legacy Maker Sports Network.
Oh, well, throw out the invite, and I think we'll join you. Wise, where can people find you, bro?
Oh, you can find me at Stuck in My Mind podcast. I'm on all major platforms as well as YouTube. Just type in Stuck in My Mind podcast. Find the production company at RealWiseProductions.com. And of course, Real Wise Radio is www.realwiseradio, where you can find Snowman in the morning, every morning, Monday through Friday, 8 to 12.
Well, thank you to all of our guests. Thank you to all in the chat. And I send the thank yous to Brian, for Cool, for Wise, for Drew, and even for Jay. I am Cole Johnson. Thank you for joining us. And I just have this one simple thing to say. Take care. God bless. Remember to make your next move your best move. And always remember, if your dreams don't scare you, then they're not big enough. Dream big, do bigger. Now I know that's what Drew's doing. That's what Wise is doing. That's what I'm doing and Brian is doing. We hope you're doing the same thing in the chat too. So of all of us here at Snowman in the Morning with Cole Johnson, I am Cole Johnson saying we will review game number 5 and have other guests. Until then, see ya. Thank you for tuning in to Snowman in the Morning with Cole Johnson, the hottest of hot takes and the coldest of cold, hard facts.